The board members that will hear your case tonight are as follows. My name is William Ray. We do have some board members that are running a little late. They will be here. But I'm going to start with some preliminary things just so we can get moving, okay? To my right, we have Mr. Brown, Mr. Sadell, and Mr. Neal. To my left, Mr. Nelson, Ms. Smith, Jessica, and Shayna Smith, and Mr. Jordan. Staff members present tonight are Ms. Brooks, Mr. Carlisle, Ms. Clark, Ms. Gimble, Mr. Foster, Mr. Hayes, Ms. White, Ms. Bachet, and Ms. Working. And Mr. Kevin Hughie is to my right. He is our attorney. Because the hearing tonight is a public fact-finding meeting, we are in compliance with the Freedom of Information Act and South Carolina Code 6-29-70. 15 days prior to the hearing, an announcement was printed in the Post and Courier. A sign was posted on or near the property and was mailed to the applicant and the applicant's representative, to the property owners within 300 feet of the property, and to parties of interest. Persons, organizations, news media that have also been requested declaration of our meeting have also been notified. I'm going to have to skip a part. Because our case ruling from this and any BZA meeting are available to the public review and inspection during normal business hours at the Charleston County Zoning and Land Planning Department. The Board of Zoning Appeals is a quasi-judicial body that has final decision-making authority on the following: appeals of a zoning-related decision. The BZA is authorized to hear and decide appeals only on zoning-related matters where it is alleged that an error was in the order, requirement, decision, or determination made by the administrative official in the administration or enforcement of any zoning-related regulations. A 2/3 vote of the quorum present is required to overturn the planning director in an appeal. And then we have a special exception. A special exception is issued by the BZA authorizing a particular use in a specified location within the zoning district upon demonstrating that such a use complies with all the conditions and standards specified by the Zoning and Land Development Regulation Ordinance, also known as ZELDAR. The BZA must find that a special exception meet all 6 of the approval criteria in the ordinance in order to grant a special exception. A simple majority is required to grant a special exception. And then we have a variance. A variance is a relaxation of the BZA regulation of the ordinance where such an action may not be contrary to the public interest and where, owing to the conditions particular to the property and not the result of their own actions or the situation of the applicant, a literal enforcement of this code would result in the unnecessary and undue hardship of a variance is consistent with Section 6-29-800 of the Code of Law of the State of South Carolina, in Title 6, Chapter 29. The BZA must find that the variance meets all 7 of the approval criteria in the ordinance in order to grant a variance. A simple majority is required to grant a variance. Our purpose tonight is for interested parties to be heard in order to assist this board in gathering evidence that is pertinent to each case. If a member of the BZA feels the need for further information to clarify a case, the board has the authority to subpoena witnesses. It is understood that the rules of your neighborhood or subdivision are binding and that we can take no action to negate their jurisdiction over your property. In addition, your testimony, our board members have been presented written information submitted by staff by an applicant or the applicant's agent for each case. This information is now considered evidence and is entered into the permanent record of the body. It is assumed to be complete, true, and accurate. In addition, we have been presented data assembled by the staff for the purpose of clarifying the location and the applicant's effect on surrounding properties. Our board is empowered to approve with conditions, or to deny a special exception or a variance request. We are also authorized to defer a case should there be a need to obtain additional information. The BZA's final decision will be mailed within 10 days of this public hearing. It will be mailed certified mail to the applicants and U.S. mail to neighbors and community members that are on our list. If an applicant's request is approved, the applicant should contact the Charleston County Zoning and Planning Department staff to discuss the next steps in the process. Variances and special exceptions granted this evening are valid for 12 months after this meeting. A 1-year extension may be granted only if construction or development has been commenced or is being diligently pursued. However, if an applicant's request is disapproved and the applicant wishes to appeal the decision of this board concerning the case, an appeal must be addressed to the circuit court. South Carolina Code 6-29-820 states that the appeal must be filed by the applicant within 30 days after the decision of this board has been mailed to them. Failure to file an appeal within that time limit deprives this court jurisdiction over the matter. Because this is a quasi-judicial body, everything said in this meeting must be complete, true, and accurate. All the information provided to this BZA is considered evidence, and the board may certify contempt of circuit court if a false statement was made either in writing or orally. Each person who wishes to address this board will be sworn in by the BZA secretary before they provide testimony or evidence. In order to expedite this procedure, those wishing to speak, I will ask you to please stand as a group, and Ms. Working will administer the oath. If you would, please stand at this time if you wish to speak to us.
Please stand and raise your right hand. I will say the oath, and you will say, I do. I promise to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Working. I'm going to go back here since we have more board members to show up here. Board members, the meeting notes from April 20th and May 4th of 2026 of the public hearing were sent to you. Are there any changes? If not, may I have a motion to approve in a second?
Second.
Okay, a second by Mr. Brown. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. It's unanimous. Thank you. Now I will call each case by case number. Staff will present facts that are pertinent to each case, limited to 5 minutes. I will then call the applicant. The applicant will stand, state his or her name and the current address for the record before presenting testimony that's pertinent to each case, limited to 5 minutes. I will then ask for those speaking either in support or opposition to the case, and will follow the same procedure for identifying themselves, and they are limited to 2 minutes each. The applicant will then have a chance to reply to any opposition, limited to 2 minutes. And then the BZA will make a motion to close the case to the public. Finally, the BZA will make a motion concerning the application, stating specific facts of finding and conclusion of law. Tonight, we will hear 10 cases. In our first case, Mr. Carlisle will introduce the first case for us. It's case BZA 04-26-00967. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members. The applicant and property owner, Rachel Hawes, is requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental property, extended home rental, EHR, at 2126B Edisto Avenue, TMS number 343-03-00049 on James Island in Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent parcels are located within the low-density residential R4 zoning district. According to Charleston County records, the property contains a single-family residence, 2126 Edisto Avenue, constructed in 1950 with 2 bedrooms and a detached 1-bedroom accessory dwelling unit, which is 2126B Edisto Avenue, constructed in 2022. The applicant proposes to operate the property as an extended home rental by offering 1 bedroom in the detached accessory dwelling unit, accommodating a maximum of 2 guests and providing 5 on-site parking spaces in compliance with the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance, ZLDR. The property is owner-occupied and therefore eligible for a limited home rental LHR permit. However, the applicant has not pursued the LHR option and instead is seeking a special exception to operate the use as an extended home rental. The property owner has indicated they will manage the rental operations. This is the location of the property when looking at the county as a whole. This is the zoning ordinance section pertaining to the STRs in the R4 low-density residential zoning district. It's a 300-foot radius map, the aerial of the property, a zoomed-out aerial. We posted the property on May 14th, 2026. These are pictures of the subject property, pictures of parking, and pictures of the adjacent property and of Edisto Avenue. It's the site plan and tenant notice and the plat. Regarding the 3 approval criteria, staff stated that it may meet criteria 1 through 3. We received 1 public comment in opposition to this case and 1 public comment in support. For 2126 Edisto Avenue, staff's research using Rentalscape software showed that the property had been rented for more than 144 days prior to the issuance of the violation letter. Property owner cooperated by ceasing all rental activity immediately upon receipt of the notice. If the BZA approves this request, the property owner can obtain all required permits, resume renting the property legally, and the violation hold can be lifted. The Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, approve with conditions, or deny a case based on the BZA's findings of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the STRP limited site plan review process. 2, the use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. 3, the property should not be used as a short-term rental for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year. And 4, the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that tenants comply with the Charleston County noise ordinance. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yes, sir. Thank you so very much. We have a question there.
I do. I noticed in one of the pictures that there's a boat trailer. This might be for the applicant, but how do we treat that when, if we clearly see that there's a boat trailer in there and the trailer's going to impede in the parking requirements and stuff like that? Is that something that has to be determined, or?
We don't have anything in the ordinance regarding that, so I would ask the applicant when you get the chance, but there's just no way for us to really enforce
Right.
that. But it is understood that 5 parking spaces should be provided
Right.
for the
5 open
rental.
parking spaces. Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? Thank you so very much, sir.
Yes, sir.
Is the applicant present? Okay. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve your application.
Hi, my name is Kara Leapson Alford. I live at 2124 Edisto Ave. I'm next door neighbors to the applicant. You also might recognize me. I was here for the April 20th meeting to get a short-term rental property of my own approved. Thank you for that. I'll read some remarks briefly about this. My name is Kara Alford. I'm here on behalf of the applicant Rachel Hawes, who was unable to attend but notified staff ahead of time. Rachel asked me to speak in her place to convey her genuine commitment to operating this rental responsibly. I want to mention that I am not just a character witness, but I'm also her next door neighbor. We share a property line. I also recently went through the same permitting process as I mentioned, so I understand what you are evaluating today and can speak on how she will maintain responsible management of her property. Rachel's applying for the special exemption for her guest house on her property. The property in question is a 200 square foot back house with a lofted queen bed which has a maximum occupancy of only 2 guests. Rachel's a Charleston native and a conservation professional. She works in the nonprofit sector and lives alone on a single income. This rental is not a commercial venture, but a modest, owner-managed way to help cover her mortgage. She is not seeking to maximize bookings. In fact, will deliberately limit the guest access to the backyard amenities to keep the volume and impact low. She lives on the property full-time and is present to actively manage it. When she is traveling, her mother, who co-owns the property with her and lives less than 1 block away, and her partner will be available to respond to anything that might arise with guests. This is an owner-managed, eyes-on rental at all times. Practically speaking, Rachel handles all of the trash and recycling, so guests will not manage any bins. Parking is managed on-site and does not impact the street parking for our neighbors. As her immediate next-door neighbor, I can tell you that Rachel has spoken to all of our neighbors on our dead-end street. Everyone is aware of this application and in support of it. She's a good steward to the neighborhood and sees her guests as an extension of that. She likes to encourage them to visit all of the walkable businesses and is available to answer any questions. She is requesting permission to rent up to 144 nights per year under the extended home rental classification. Given the small scale of the property and the on-site owner presence, the low occupancy limit, and the full support of her neighbors, including me, the person whose yard is closest to hers, we believe this application supports the criteria and meets the criteria for a special exemption, and we welcome any questions that you might have.
Very good. I know I have a question on my far right. You want to go ahead and ask that question, please, sir?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'd feel more comfortable if I didn't have seen a boat trailer in the yard or the driveway. So, I mean, I think if we could get some assurance that that's going to be addressed.
Yes, I can speak to that. So Rachel actually just went through a small renovation in her home. And at the time that boat was stored in the driveway during the renovation, it is now stored actually at her mom's house, which is 2 blocks away. So it doesn't actually impact the parking situation at all.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr.
Anyone else on my right? My left? So tell us about the violation that you went over your neighbor went over the subscribe 144 days. Tell us
Yes.
how that happened and why.
So it's my understanding that Rachel was unaware of the 144-day limit. I have some notes here, so that's why I'm looking down. And she was intentionally operating in good faith, but as soon as she got the violation, she immediately withdrew the listing and ceased rental operations there, and immediately started this process of becoming legally operating. So it was a slight lack of knowledge of the process and the commitment or the process you must go through to get the permitting, and wants to be sure to go through the proper channels now to redeem that issue.
Okay, so she was able to, to get all the necessary licensing and
Yes,
everything?
All of the correct permits.
Okay. What is she doing regarding noise?
Noise, I think that the limitation to 2 guests is a big contender. The space is located at the back of the property, and she has to walk past her property, her home, and her bedroom to get to the new space. So the guests do not have access to the outside yard at all. It's listed clearly in her rules. So there's, in theory, no mingling in the backyard to disrupt neighbors. So the home is tiny and will only accommodate whatever's inside.
And how does she have it listed for rent?
She does not at the moment. Yeah.
When she did have it?
Oh, Airbnb.
Airbnb.
Yes.
Is that the only one that she used?
It's my understanding, yes, just Airbnb.
Okay. Anyone to my left? To my right? Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome. Thank
All
you.
right. Do we have anyone else to speak in support of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in support of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. In this case, it's closed to the public. Board members, do we have any question of staff?
So one question about parking. 5 spaces for a one-bedroom, two-person ADU. Are the 5 spaces necessary because of the two-bedroom house?
Yes, that's part of the parking requirements is the primary use of the home. The single-family residence requires 2 spaces. So that's where you get the addition.
Got it. That's what I thought. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Any general discussion? Okay. Well, board members, I need someone to make a motion to either approve or deny this application. Okay, Mr. Neal, thank you.
Mr. Chair, in the case of BZA 0426000967, I move that we make a motion for approval. I see that it meets all 3 criteria for special exception criteria. Criteria number 1 is the compatible existing uses in the vicinity will not adversely affect the general welfare or the character of the immediate community. Her neighbor is here testifying, and we have no one here in opposition to it, so I think it clearly meets criteria number 1. Criteria 2, adequate provision is made for the existing set items such as setback, buffering, landscaping, cleanliness, noise, traffic. Although there have been violations for posting it before, it was taken down immediately when notice of the violation has not been done since. So I'm fine with that, with provision number 2. Provision number 3 complies with all applicable rules, regulations, laws, standards of the ordinance, including but not limited to the use and conditions for the zoning district. I feel it meets all those criteria with their application. I would include all of the additional requirements suggested by staff. There were 3, 4, all 4 as part of my motion.
All right, do I have a second? Second. All right, Mr. Nelson with a second. All right, any other discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. Congratulations. You can tell the applicant that she will be receiving information in the next 10 days, letting her know the next steps in the process. Thank you so very much. And congratulations and good night. Our next case BZA 0426000968.
Okay, thank you. So the applicants and property owners, Pete Luther and Sherry Luther of Palmetto Group Holdings, LLC, are requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental property, extended home rental, EHR, at 1556 Turns Nest Road, TMS number 33107000206 on James Island in Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent parcels are located within the low-density manufactured housing subdivision, MHS, zoning district. According to Charleston County records, the property contains a single-family residence constructed in 1985. The applicant proposes to operate the property as an extended home rental by offering 4 bedrooms, accommodating a maximum of 12 guests, and providing 6 on-site parking spaces in compliance with the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance, CLDR. Since the property is not owner-occupied, it does not qualify as a limited home rental. It must be reviewed as an extended home rental under ZELDAR requirements. The property owner has indicated they will manage the rental operations. And you can see on the current slide the breakdown for the bedrooms and number of guests for each. This is the location of the property when looking at the county as a whole. This is the zoning ordinance section pertaining to the STRs and the MHS manufactured housing subdivision zoning district. The 300-foot radius map, the aerial, and a zoomed out aerial. We posted the property on May 14, 2026. Pictures of the subject property and adjacent property, and pictures of Turns Nest Road. It's the site plan and the tenant notice, and this is the plat. Regarding the 3 approval criteria, staff stated that it may meet criteria 1 through 3. The Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny a case based on the BZA's findings of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the following conditions recommended by staff. 1, prior to the zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the STRP limited site plan review process. 2, the use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. 3, this property should not be used as a short-term rental for more than 144 days in aggregate during the calendar year. 4, the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that tenants comply with the Charleston County noise ordinance. And be happy to answer any questions.
Anyone on my left? All right. Well, I have a question. I noticed that in the illustration provided by the applicant, that they have those cars kind of jammed in there. I mean, that's like Legos almost. I mean, they're packing them in there.
Correct. For our purposes, as long as they have the requisite number of 9 by 18 parking spaces, we basically go with that. It's up to them to make sure it works on the property in practice.
In theory, right?
Yes.
All right. That's one. Thank you. Well, okay, wait a minute. Mr. Nelson, you had a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Seidel, you go first.
Can you tell us how many short-term extended home rentals there are in this area?
So I don't have a specific number, but I do know that neighborhood is replete with a number of short-term rentals.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So this was brought up at a previous meeting about we're starting to see offices on the layouts used for bedrooms. So I'm wondering, and I know the ordinance has not changed, but is there some way we can quantify? I mean, they're asking for 12 guests, which looks like, I don't know how many rooms that are being used as bedrooms, but they're labeling the other rooms as offices and stuff like that. So that's what's determining the parking. But if you were to look at 12 guests, they've got 5, 6 parking spots on there. I'm trying to understand if we can start quantifying it a different way, because if people wanted to start just putting down that they had 4 offices, but they happen to have bedrooms, bunk beds into them, that's a way to get around the system. So I think we should look at quantifying it a different way. Or we can interpret it that we just don't think there's enough parking and we can turn it down that way, I'm sure. But I'm just trying to understand how to be consistent on that and what's the real need. Because some of these people, they have Airbnbs, they don't have any cars. So it's not fair to just do one way. I just think it should be looked at clearly. Love staff's input on that. Does it matter? Does it not matter?
Yeah, so I would just say that we don't have a limit on occupancy. It's not even addressed in our ordinance. So we're just kind of providing this information for you guys to make an educated decision. We can only say this is what's required for parking, but
Right.
Yes, this is how many people. There's also, we've been discussing lately, there's different requirements for the building department once it goes over a certain number of occupancies. But again, it's not like a zoning requirement, the number of people.
You mean
allowed.
as per like fire protection and
Right.
smoke alarms and things like
Yes.
that? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Anyone else on this side? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Is the applicant present? All righty. Please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record. And please tell us why we should approve your application. So you got 2 questions already
Yes, sir.
cast your way, so okay.
Yeah,
Go
my
ahead.
name's Peter James Luther Jr., and currently live at 1102 Sioux Street, Jupiter, Florida. But we have family in South Carolina, mostly in the Greenville area. We are retired, and we have had experience managing short-term rentals in Florida, but then we also have long-term properties in Greenville, South Carolina. So do you want me to address the concerns that came up?
However you want it. You got 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Use it however you like.
Okay, yeah. So in terms of the office, the reason why we didn't, it's a room that doesn't have a closet. As far as the concern on the parking, I mean, we're amenable to decreasing that from 12 to 10 if that would be sufficient, so that becomes a non-issue as far as the parking places. The way those are stacked in there like dominoes were kind of some going back and forth that we had when we were filling out the application. There is room for the car to park. I don't know if that drawing could be brought back up, but to the left underneath that overhang, there's an area where you don't have to have double parking right beside each other, and there's room for ample 4 cars on the right. So you can get all the vehicles in there without, it looks worse than it is the way that it's drawn. There's also in terms of the noise, we are going to be a little bit more stringent as far as adding rules on the short-term rental, that there's no, it needs to be quiet after 9 p.m. until 7 a.m. And that we do have contact information for the neighbors on both sides and across the street that we're in good order with. So anytime there is any concern in that way, we would take immediate action to contact the tenants and make sure that that's addressed immediately. We won't allow any outdoor amplified music. That'll be also in the rules, and no street parking. There is a fenced-in area in the backyard also. That's all I have. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Well, very good. Thank you. Let's see if any one of our board members has a question for you. Anyone on my left?
Okay.
Yes, Ms. Smith.
Hello.
Hello.
Are you planning to have a property management company manage the rental since you aren't local?
We are looking for a property manager that we can have do that. We already have a cleaning service company that has done cleaning successfully for some of the others that had short-term rentals in that same neighborhood. So we've got good recommendations on the cleaning crew. But yes, we are trying to find somebody that is able to do that locally, to try and get somebody just to manage on a, but we don't have anyone at this time.
Okay, thank you.
You got it.
Anyone else? I'm all right. So my question to you tonight, what platform will you use to advertise your property, if approved?
We're leaning towards the Airbnb platform, and we had used VRBO in the past, but we do we've had feedback that the Airbnb vets their the people that are coming a little bit better, and to try and make sure that it's not, a big party type situation. We were also going to make it, minimum 2 to 3 night, so that you don't have a situation where somebody just rents it for one night, throws a big party, and leaves a disaster for the neighbors, So we're trying to ensure that doesn't happen.
How will you monitor the noise in this situation?
We are going to add a camera, an outdoor camera, to the deck area of the property. So we could, monitor, making sure that they're in compliance with the number of people. We also aren't going to allow any more than whatever the number of people that are allowed to stay at the property. We were going to cap the number of people on the premises to that number. So if it's 12 that the board or 10, we would limit the number on the premises, even if they were to have friends visit, to whatever that, cap it to that same number.
Okay, you also, in your illustration, you're utilizing a office space for sleeping, am I correct?
Yeah, that room doesn't have a closet in it, but you have to go through that room to get into another room. So it's, kind of an odd, you can't really call it a bedroom, but it does have, a way to close the door off to it to make it private. But if that's, like I say, if that's a concern, we weren't trying to get around the parking situation. There's more room to put more cars if I, double parked, even had the two on the left go forward, you could put two more behind them. It's a very large lot, so I could get more cars on that lot if I needed to. But we were, advised that there needed to be 6, so that's all we drew. But also, if you see the double parked, the forwardmost one, and then the one right behind it, the one right behind it could turn 90 degrees right underneath that L part of the. There's an overhang on the house, and it could park right there.
Okay. So, since you won't be there the majority of the time, how would you delineate parking for these individuals rather than them just parking anywhere on the property? Will you have designated parking for them? I know you have that illustration, but before they get there.
We can add, I know we were told we didn't have to put, I was thinking that, we could put like a railroad tie and then mark it, 1, 2, 3, Obviously, I can't do it with the one that's behind that second car, but for the ones that are to the right and then to the left, we could make that clear.
I think that would be helpful, something like that.
Sure.
Okay. Anyone else have a question? Yes, Ms. Smith?
So it's a lot of people, 12 people in one Airbnb, especially one that's managed from so far away. Did you say you were going to reduce it down to 10 or?
Yeah, it sounds like there was concern of the parking. So yes, I would make the request if you're okay with us reducing that to 10. We would like to do that.
Okay. Mr. Siddell?
Mr. Ruther, thank you for your testimony. You said you've been in touch with the neighbors on either side of the property. Have you already purchased this property?
Yes. We've owned this property for 25 years.
I see. And what were you renting it before, or?
We had long-term rented in the past, and then we've never short-term rented. We did have it on VRBO, and then when the rules changed, we made it 30-day minimum for that, for renting. We really didn't ever get anybody that way, but we did get people that stayed there 6 months, 3 months, but we've never done short-term.
I see. Your testimony's a little bit different. Normally, when someone comes and says they want an extended home, short-term rental, they come with exactly who they're going to use to manage the property and, how that's going to be provided to neighbors and what kind of control it's going to be in. And I think when we see short-term rentals with 12, even 10, it kind of shouts party.
Hotel.
to the neighborhood. Although I know this neighborhood has a number of short-term rentals in it, but even those who also rent their property will be concerned about noise and things. And I understand you have a 9 o'clock curfew. I think that's very good. But the enforcement of that may be difficult with 12 occupants or even 10. So I think if we approve it tonight, I would hope that you would follow up and provide staff with a rental company or management company that you're going to have, and what their availability is, and the fact that you provided it, the contact information to all the neighboring properties, because there's a lot of cars in front, right? So, and we have to be concerned with what the neighborhood impacts are.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, initially, if there was an issue, they contact me, we would contact them and tell them that they would have to cease, any noise right away. And if it, if they're not complying with the noise limit, we would have to contact, or threaten to tell them that we would contact law enforcement if it's not, addressed immediately. But that will be spelled out in advance in the rules also, so that it shouldn't be a surprise to them.
And how about the criteria of the guests that you're going to give to the Airbnb company or whatever? Are you specifying any conditions for the type of guest?
Yes, I mean, we want to have people that have successfully rented through Airbnb in the past, and then, they have had a good review. So that's the reason why the platform of Airbnb, they have a track of the people, of their guests. And so you're able to kind of vet it better than just, somebody that has no history.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Neal?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Question and then a follow-up. Is this property on sewer, or is it on septic?
It is on sewer.
It's on sewer. Okay, that's better.
Yes, sir.
I know one of my colleagues who's not here tonight would be asking that question. So I'm struggling with the 12 guests. You're trying to take it to 10. But looking at this chart again, there's 4 bedrooms, an office, and a living room that you're putting guests in. So I'm going to stick to the way I normally look at these short-term rentals. And if it's 4 bedrooms, it's 8 guests is the way I look at it.
Okay.
And then that's just my one vote and where I am. But I struggle with the parking as well. To get my support, I would have to have some diagram. I'm not an architect or engineer, but I'd have to have something that showed a better parking layout than a scatter. I wouldn't deny it because of that tonight. I would just make that part of the motion, or that staff would have to approve a much improved site plan so that we wouldn't impact the neighbors. But I'm going to be sticking on 8 guests, so I don't know how that impacts your program.
I'm fine with 8 guests.
You're fine with 8. So we've gone from 12 to 10 to 8.
I'm fine with that.
That makes me more supportive of it. But
we also want. We were trying to ask for what the max was.
Oh, sure. I get it.
So
we see it every month. No problem.
And we weren't so sure. Well,
I get it.
8 is fine. 8
no
is
problem.
fine.
You said it on the record. 8 is fine. Mr.
Yes.
Chair, it's you.
Any more questions? Thank you so very much for your
Thank
testimony.
you.
Do we have anyone to speak in favor? Anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Thank you. Case goes to the public board members. Do we have any question of staff? Do we have any general discussion? Okay. Therefore, At this time, I'd like to ask for a motion to either approve or deny based on our,
Question for staff or attorney or whatever, just to make sure, because I mean, I'm willing to make a motion in a second. I'm a little confused on how we do it with the parking requirement. Can we just say, I hate to put it on staff to say, I want to see a better parking arrangement. At the same point in time, I don't want staff to draw out the parking, and I'm certainly not going to draw out the parking. So, I mean, the problem I have with this layout is it's a scatter lot, and I'd rather not see a scatter lot, something defined. The applicant mentioned about putting out railroad ties and some type of stuff. So I don't know how to word that in a motion. If I could get some guidance, then I can make the motion.
Yeah, I mean, you can just make it a condition that he
Yeah.
provides a better parking layout to staff.
Parking layout, yeah, that's what
A
I was
parking layout that's suitable for staff to approve,
something like that.
something like that.
and if it's approved, that we, staff, is notified of who's going to manage the property before it is listed.
Those three things. Okay. I haven't required that before in a motion to management staff, but I mean, I'll make the motion, and somebody wants to make a rider with it, that's up to them.
Well, that's what I'm going to do.
I'll move.
Go ahead.
All right, Mr. Chair, in the case of BZA 0426000968, I move for I'll make a motion for approval of this to establish a short-term rental property that it meets all three criteria. Number one, is compatible with existing use of the vicinity, will not adversely affect the general welfare of the immediate community. We've heard testimony that and reducing this occupancy will be part of my motion as well, from 12 down to 8, but I don't think it'll have adverse effect on the immediate community. Criteria number two, this adequate provision is made for items such as setbacks, buffering, parking, noise, traffic. Obviously, a part of this motion is also going to add an additional requirement on the parking, but with that, I believe it'll be in compliance. And number three is compliance with all applicable rules, regulations, laws, and standards to the ordinance, including site plan review, which will be part of my motion in the final pieces, but I believe it meets everything. I would like to include as my motion the staff comments, which are the 4, but I would also like to add the following, that the property be limited to 8 adults during occupation, that the parking layout be resubmitted for an improved diagram of which staff must approve before occupancy may take place. I also will include that because the occupancy is so high at 8, that we staff must be notified of the management company intentions to use moving forward. That'll be my motion.
I'll second that one. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I have a question then about that. You specifically said 8 adults on the property.
Should be person.
Does that mean that there could be a couple of kids as well?
Yeah, I've just been struggling in the last couple of meetings with these Airbnbs that are using offices and stuff, and this one had 4 bedrooms, so I don't have a problem with 4 bedrooms with 8 adults. The reason I labeled the adults, because if somebody's got a child or a toddler or something like that, that really doesn't impact the Airbnb. But when they say 12 guests, well, then you got kids and different stuff like that. So I don't have a problem with the 8 adults, but I'm open to whatever's needed here.
I would support the 8 adults language if it allowed some extra kids to come along. I was fine with 10, especially with 0 comments on this one.
Right.
The neighbors have had plenty of opportunity to oppose this application. They have chosen not to do so.
Yeah, my point of clarity, the 8 adults is not limited just to 8 adults. It's 8 adults with children is fine, is my intention. Thank you for that clarity.
All right, I support that. Okay. Any other discussion? All right. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It carries. So congratulations. Within 10 days, you'll be getting information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Once again, congratulations. And good night, sir. Our next case, case BZA 0426 00969. And you want to squeeze 70 in there as well?
I'm coming, sorry.
Not that. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, there should be two together here, right?
Yes, sir. It is two together.
Are we making two separate motions?
Yes, but I'll
Probably.
present together. You ready?
Probably.
Okay. The applicant, Andrew Deltek of EarthSource Engineering, along with the property owner, David Johnson of Tidal Pools LLC, has submitted two variance requests associated with a proposed office building and a proposed warehouse building. The property is located at 2979 Maybank Highway, which is TMS number 313-0000082 on Johns Island in Charleston County. The subject property and surrounding parcels to the east, south, and southwest are located within the Johns Island Maybank Highway Corridor Overlay Limited Commercial Zoning District. The adjacent parcel to the northwest lies within the overlay and is zone plan development, PD. This is the overlay map and the location map. Oops, sorry. The 300-foot radius map and the aerials. The applicant is requesting the following variances. BZA 0426-00969 is a variance to allow a proposed gravel ingress-egress driveway to encroach within the protected area of 2 grand live oak trees. This is the ordinance requirement for that section. We posted the property on May 14th. This is the first tree. It's a 51-inch diameter breast height DBH live oak. The encroachment requested is 36%, and it's a grade B. The second tree, a 38-inch DBH live oak, encroachment 47%, and it's a grade C. This is the BZA exhibit. You can see the two trees in the front. And again, here you can see the trees in the front where the entrance is located. The second variance request is ending in 00970 to reduce the required 8-foot building setback from the future 50-foot access easement by 4.6 feet, resulting in a 3.4-foot setback. The zoning ordinance requirement in Chapter 5 in the overlay. This is, again, we posted on May 14th. A couple pictures of the subject property in Maybank Highway. And the exhibit, so you could see, well, better on the site plan, they're showing the 3.4 feet from the proposed easement in the rear. And this is a plan that the City of Charleston has also reviewed and agrees with this plan. Here are some renderings. The approved recorded plat. Regarding the approval criteria, we stated that it may meet 1 through 4, 6 and 7, and that it meets 5. Oop, what happened there? Okay. The board may approve approval conditions or deny the cases. In the event the board decides to approve one or both variance applications, staff recommends the following conditions. 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. 2, tree barricades constructed of chain link fencing shall be installed around all protected trees within 40 feet of disturbance prior to any construction pursuant to Section 924 of the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance. 3, the applicant shall retain a certified arborist to monitor and treat all grand trees within 40 feet of disturbance through the duration of construction. The applicant shall provide a copy of the tree preservation plan to zoning staff for review and approval prior to zoning permit approval for the construction. And 4, if either of the 2 grand trees dies within 3 years from the date construction begins, the applicant shall mitigate the DBH of the trees by either A, submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2.5 inches in caliper, equaling inch per inch replacement. B, depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in Section 926 of ZELDAR, or C, a combination of both A and B. The allotted mitigation shall be in place prior to the removal of the trees. Any questions?
Ms. Working, thank you for that. One question about the future right-of-way in the back. The renderings don't show any parking in that back area, so on the plan view, that's only shown in case the city proceeds with construction of that right-of-way at the back of the property, correct?
I'll go ahead and have Sally answer that question.
Does that make sense, Sally?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that is part of the conditions for the overlay to work with the city to dedicate that. And it's just that little squeeze right there between where the city wants to see that future right-of-way.
Right, so they're not required to construct what's shown on the plan there.
No.
That's just if and when that the whole
Yeah.
right-of-way is ever activated. And,
They're making space for it in the
Right.
future.
okay, thank you.
Good observation. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Worker. Is the applicant present? Okay.
Sorry.
So we have 2 cases, 69 and 70, okay?
That's correct.
So what I like to do, we have to vote on them separately. And you have 10 minutes, 5 for each.
Okay.
So if you would, start with 69, give us a little brief explanation, and then you can carry forward with 70, okay?
Okay.
Any
Sounds
questions
good.
moving so far?
No, sir.
All right, let's see what you got. Please state your name and address for the record. Please
Mine-
tell us why we should approve it.
My name is Andrew Deltak. I work for Earth Source Engineering. The address is 496 Bransom Court, Mount Pleasant. I'll be representing the owner and the applicant of Tidal Pools LLC. And again, we're here for those 2 variances. One of the 2 is the encroachment exceeding the allowable 35% on those 2 live oaks. I just want to make it known that is the only access to the property. And then other than that, we get the 7 approval criteria, and that's basically all I have for you. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
So you're going to address the 7 criteria, or you're just going to leave it to chance?
We can address them.
I would hope so.
Yeah,
Please.
yeah. So we're asking for relief on the Charleston ZLDR Section 9.2E, required tree protection. The attached attachment shows the new gravel drive, which impacts those 2 grand trees in the frontage of the property. The first tree is the 47% encroachment, and the second is the 36%. The location of the 2 grand trees significantly reduced design options for the entryway that meets the county standards. We've made efforts to accommodate these trees with limited impacts. These efforts include several iterations for the building footprint, to rework the parking design. We have teamed up with an arborist who has put together a tree protection plan, and we have utilized underground retention. We've also made the drive gravel, which will minimize impacts to the trees. For the exceptional conditions pertaining to this property, the issue's happening for the narrow lot width. There's just no room to fit the drive anywhere else on the lot, and those 2 trees are blocking that one access into the parcel. These conditions do generally apply. They do not generally apply to other lots in the issue just because of the placements of these two trees that are blocking our access to the property. And additionally, SCDOT has mandated the location of the driveway. I do believe authorization of this variance will not have an adverse impact to the adjacent properties, as this is only pertaining to those two grand trees that are located on the frontage of our site. Here we go. The need for the variance. These are grand trees that have been on the site long before the property was purchased. And so this variance is a result in SCDOT arms manual, which requires driveway spacing between adjacent properties. And I think that answers everything I had.
Okay, so won't you address criteria 7 for me? Again.
Does this variance, Charleston County Enrichment purpose? This variance aligns with the county's comprehensive plan, keeping the site small scale commercial.
So on 69, you're asking for how many feet in the variance?
Let me answer that for you. For the tree encroachment, it is 47% tree encroachment on the 38-inch live oak.
Okay.
And then 36% tree encroachment on the 51-inch live oak.
Okay. All right. When was the property purchased?
I'm not sure.
Are there owners here?
Yes, the owners are present.
Okay. All right. And who is the arborist?
It was done by Natural Direct, which was included in the submittal. His name is, I apologize.
Do you have any representation from your architect here, from LFK? Mr. Knight, is he here tonight?
No, he is not. But the arborist was Donald E. Skimmer Jr. with Natural Direct.
Okay.
Just for the record, I actually think it's Natural Directions. But
Oh, is it Natural Directions?
it's kind of covered up on the letterhead.
I gotcha.
Okay. Let me see if any other board member has a question for you. I'm just being too tough. Anyone on my right? Anyone on my left? Ms. Smith? No? Thank you so very much for your testimony today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Would the owners like to say anything? To answer that question, when the property was purchased? Were you sworn in? No. Very good. Ms. Working?
I swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth.
Before we go any further, if you don't mind, Ms. Working, some people have walked in since we've given the oath. At this time, if you feel that you have a need or a desire to speak to this board and you were not sworn in and did not take the oath, if you would, at this time, please stand and let Ms. Working swear you in. Thank you, Ms. Working. If you would, please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve this application.
My name's David Johnson. My address is 2317 Sunfish.
Hold the mic up a little bit more, Mr. Davis. Thank you, sir.
David Johnson, 2317 Sunfish Circle, Charleston, South Carolina, 29412. I'm the owner of the property and co-owner of Tidal Pools. I was just going to kind of clear up some questions that you might have had. I purchased the property in 2017. At the time I purchased it, there was a dilapidated building in between the two oak trees. I did receive permission from the county to get rid of that building. My original intent at that time was to actually help the trees' health and to get the unsightly building off of Maybank Highway. About 4 years into our business, we decided to build a shop there. We had 3 different kind of people we were trying to keep happy. We had Charleston County, we had DOT, and we had the city of Charleston with the overlay. We went through tons of different, designs, to meet our needs and have the least amount of impact. With that overlay, it kind of limited the size of the building we could do. DOT actually told us that's the only place we could put the driveway in. And then we wanted to, maintain the health of the trees. We think that's one of the big, reasons that property looks nice from the highway. So we did get with an arborist, and we have some ways to take care of the trees, pre-construction, during construction, and post-construction. We also went with the pervious, driveway, and tried to use the drainage to minimize any type of root disruption we would have. It's a 2.2 acre lot, and it's a relatively, small portion of development on that. So I don't feel like we're over building the lot, if you will. And the 2 trees actually give us a lot of screening from Maybank. I just wanted to kind of clear up some questions you had, but the trees are very important to us and doing the right thing and making the Maybank corridor look good. But we also wanted to work with all of the parties that be to find the best scenario we could find. So we did hire EarthSource and LFK. We noticed they did a lot of development up and down the Maybank Highway, so we figured they were the best professionals to, kind of do the things we couldn't do and give us the best design. So just wanted to state that and answer any other questions you might have that he might not have had answers to, like when the property was purchased, et cetera.
So what will you store in the warehouse?
In the warehouse, we have we do pool construction, maintenance, and service. So we will primarily, be keeping some pool chemicals in the warehouse, but also just a lot of equipment. So we have, heaters and chillers and filters and pumps and that type of thing.
So you're currently doing this now? You
Yes,
building
sir.
pools?
Yes, sir.
And where are you doing that, sir?
We're renting a space right now off of Belgrade Avenue in West Ashley.
And how many employees do you have?
Currently, we have 7 employees.
Okay, and how much parking do you have to accommodate these 7 employees? Are they going to carpool?
At Belgrade or at,
No, on this location.
on that location, we have, that overflow parking in the back that we would be using. I'm sorry.
So how many parking spaces?
Three of our current employees are summertime employees. We hire some kids from local colleges and high schools to clean pools in the summertime. We also have the ability to pull into the building.
I see. So you have parking inside the building.
Right. There's I believe 3 roll-up doors and 1 on the back side.
Okay. So I count 6 parking spaces, 8 parking spaces other than the handicap, right?
Looks
And
like
you
it, yeah.
Come on, you got to know it now. But then you have an office up front.
Correct.
Okay. So do you have designated parking for the office, designated parking for the warehouse?
I'm included, Travis and I, my co-owner, are included in the 7. We have our total company is 7 people.
Okay.
So I believe we have 8 spaces plus handicap.
Yeah, the handicap is always given. I'm struggling with your parking. I'll get to you right quick, Mr. Nelson. I'm just trying to see how you're going to fit all that on there. But you say you have parking inside of the storage facility or the warehouse, correct?
Yeah, if you, one of those elevations shows kind of the side view.
Yeah, they got plenty
That
of
kind of
area.
shows in the back.
Okay.
Plus the overflow.
Okay. My colleague to my right, my left has a question for you, Mr. Nelson. If we get to you, Mr. Neal, in just a moment.
All right, well, this might help you out a little bit, but
All right.
Several of your employees are just out and about all day long cleaning pools, correct? They're not,
Correct.
They're not
They
hanging out.
get to work about 8 o'clock and they return about 4.
Right, and on this particular piece of property, if I remember correctly, there's a little over an acre, maybe an acre and a half of wetlands on the backside of the property that further limited where you could build on the property.
Correct.
And you're not filling any of the wetlands in order to
No, sir.
to build on this property. So that's roughly 65-70% of the property is consumed by wetlands. So, yeah, I think they've done a good job with this plan.
Yes, sir.
So just making sure I'm not missing something here. The trees, you're not asking you to take the trees down, you're just asking to encroach. So my only concern is the canopy of the trees. So a lot of times we're worried about the root structure and all that stuff, but really these are pretty healthy trees, a 51-inch live oak and a 38-inch live oak. Are there any canopy issues with your trucks? I would imagine pool things are not massive trucks. It's not like we're bringing a cement truck in there. I mean, this is
No, we don't.
low
have,
vans and things like that.
No,
So
we don't. We have, our biggest trucks are F-150s.
right, yeah. So these are
Yeah.
small things that aren't going to have any. You're not bringing a fire truck or something like that. in there.
No, and those trees are pretty, if you look at the form of them, they're pretty upright.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. Okay, I'm fine with that, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Brown, you had a question?
Just a quick clarification. I thought I heard that the parking, I guess overflow parking that's in the right-of-way, it will be built as part of this construction, or is that later?
I don't think we
Parking
have
in
to
the back.
build it on the front end now. We had I think a letter from the city. They, our original design, kind of maximized that area. The building was actually pushed back to that because we were limited, by the trees and then by the wetlands.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of explained to me that we were, it was an effort of good faith to leave this area open with the city. So we were kind of let them determine, when that project was going to take place and how they'd like us to build that out.
Okay.
Anyone else on my right have a question? Anyone on my left? Thank you so very much for your testimony,
Thank you.
sir. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Thank you. This case is closed to the public. Board members, we have 2 cases, applications. Do we have any questions for Ms. Working or Mr. Hugie or any other staff? Mr. Foster?
Question.
Yes, Mr. Brown.
This is for Ms. Working staff. So there's one of the stipulations that y'all have is that retain a certified arborist and monitor, treat grand trees, and tree preservation plan. Is that that's what's in here, and that's what they're going to follow is the preservation plan in this?
Kyle, did you approve that yet, or do you know? The letter that's in you're asking about the natural directions letter?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Is that the official approved preservation plan? Is that going to try to do their best to keep these trees alive? Or?
I have not seen anything on paper as of yet, though I did have a meeting with Mr. Skinner, the arborist, and him and I were both in agreement of what he was going to do.
Answer your question. Any other questions of staff? All right. Well, board members, I need a motion to approve or deny both cases, so anybody who's willing to take down this mammoth application.
Mr. Chair, in the matter of BZA 0526000969, we'll start with that one first.
Thank you.
I would make a motion to approve this request. That one, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. I believe there would actually be no way to provide ingress or egress to the property without encroaching upon the 2 live oaks along Maybank Highway. So we meet that criterion. For criterion 2, that these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. Again, due to the narrowness of the lot, the SCDOT standards that are required, all of those really lead us to the need for this particular variance, so we meet that criterion. For 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. I believe we clearly meet that criterion because without the encroachment upon those grand trees, access to the property would be absolutely limited and difficult to accomplish for development for commercial purposes. So for criterion 4, the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by granting of the variance. In meeting this criterion, I would note, one, the applicant's comments, but also the fact that we have had we did have 2 public comments related to this, but they seem to misconstrue the fact that the trees were not actually being removed and that there would be no impacts to the wetlands at the backside of the property. So I believe we meet that criterion. For criterion 5, the BZA shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use that's not otherwise permitted. Again, this use here is allowed within the zoning code, so we meet that criterion. For criterion 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own action. In this particular case, this need for the variance is really driven by the SCDOT's access and roadside management manual, and that is what's causing the need for the variance and encroachment upon the trees, so we meet that criterion. And for criterion 7, that granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of this ordinance. Again, we're leaving the trees in place. There's a plan to replace them if they are harmed in the future, so we meet that criterion as well. In making this motion, I would include the 4 special conditions recommended by staff.
Okay. You want to go ahead and do 70 as well?
I believe we need to vote on this one first and have a second.
Second. Okay. All right. So who seconded it? Okay, Mr. Neal. All right. Any general discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. Okay, that's unanimous. Go ahead, 70.
All right, Mr. Chair, in the matter of BZA 0526000970, this is the request to reduce the setback along the future right-of-way for the city of Charleston on the back of the property. I would make a motion that we grant this request, that, again, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. In this case, the front access issues and the canopy from the grand trees combined with the wetland on the backside of the property and the future right-of-way for the city of Charleston's access road along that side of the property really constrain the use of the property, and that is what causes the need for this particular variance. So we meet that criterion in the unique situation for this property. That 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. Again, with this access road that the city desires to have as part of the future, hopefully, relief of traffic congestion on Charleston County or throughout Johns Island. As a resident of that particular island, I do believe we meet that criterion. That 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict utilization of the property. Again, the applicant has made a significant effort to try and reduce the footprint of the building that he is putting in that particular space and needs to maximize the area that's available to him. So we meet that criterion. 4, the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by the granting of this variance. Again, the applicant has made a substantial effort to accommodate the city's future request or kind of preserve the ability of the city to put this roadway in. So we meet that criterion. For criterion 5, the BZA shall not grant a variance, the effect of which will not allow the establishment of a use that is not otherwise permitted. As mentioned before, this is a use that's allowed on that property, so we meet that criterion. For criterion 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. Again, between the SCDOT's access roadside management manual, the tree canopy that they're trying to maintain, and the city's right-of-way, future right-of-way for the roadway on the backside of the property, all of those have really driven this particular need for this variance, so we meet that criterion. And for criterion 7, the granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of the ordinance. And here, again, the applicant's desire to maintain the city's future right-of-way for that roadway through their property helps meet that criterion. In making this motion, I would include all 4 of the special conditions recommended by staff.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry.
No, before I get it out my mouth. That's good. We got a second. Any question or discussion? Very good. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. So congratulations, sir. Both of your applications have been approved. Within 10 days, you'll be getting information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. We also wish that you have we wish you the best on your endeavors with this business. Very good. So thank you and good night. Our next case is case BZA 01-26-00934. And then after that, we will take a nice little break for a moment. That's what I know.
I guess I have to use this one. Okay. So this is an appeal of a zoning-related administrative decision, and for these cases, we present them with the appellant first. So I'm just going to really briefly give you guys the tax map number, the property location for the record, and just explain the process. So again, it's going to be presented by the appellant for 10 minutes, up to 10 minutes. I'm not including questions. Then the official being appealed, the county, will present up to 10 minutes, not including questions. And then if there is any support of the appeal or opposition to the appeal, those will be presented for 2 minutes limit. And then if there is opposition presented tonight, the appellant will have an opportunity to rebut those. And then y'all will close the case to the public and make your motion with findings of fact. So yeah, this is BZA 01-26-00934. The appellant is Jody Renner. The property is located at 1305 15 Mile Landing Road in the east area of Charleston County. TMS number 629-0000173, and the zoning is rural residential RR. The appeal is denial of the home occupation zoning permit, which is zone 1225 to 4427, based on the findings under section 6511I, outdoor activities, and 6511J, exterior appearances, as set forth in the zoning administrator's written denial, which is Exhibit A, amendment denial based on the new site plan review requirement and alleged zoning violations as set forth in the formal denial letter issued January 13th, 2026. All right. So this is just a location map showing you guys where this is located. And then the zoning map, again, it's RR, rural residential. And then the pinker color, that's town of Allendale. And this is the zoning ordinance requirement for appeals, the 300-foot radius map, aerials. And we posted the property on May 14th. And these are a couple of photos provided by the appellant. Okay, that concludes the introduction.
Good. Thank you. I see you up and you're ready.
Yes, sir.
Okay, please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, sir. My name is Hal Cobb. I'm the lawyer for the Rainier family. I am with Cobb Hammett Law Firm located at 222 West Coleman Boulevard, Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, 29464. I'm here today representing the Rainier family, specifically Jody Rainier, who is one of the owners and the appellant who's here to answer any questions the board may have tonight related to this this appeal, sir. Also, my associate Tom Polster is here, and I've prepared a copy of a brief for the board just to hand out. With the chair's permission, I'll have Mr. Polster hand that up to the clerk, and the clerk can provide that to the board.
If you give it to Ms. Clark, I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Proceed.
Thank you so much, sir. First off, thank you to all of y'all for being here tonight. I appreciate the work you do. I know it's not always fun to have these types of board meetings, but we're grateful that you're here and we're grateful that you do it. I also want to thank the staff for their assistance throughout this process. However, we are here because we do believe that there's been an error, and I want to talk a little bit about the property. It's located at 1305 15-Mile Landing Road. Now, this property is rural residential zoning, and in the rural residential way, it is a primary residence that has a barn and has a chicken coop and has some areas for some horses. Now, in the staff communication on the original LOI and the second LOI related to what Ms. Rainier wanted to do with this property is she had asked for the ability to sell eggs and live poultry from her home. Now, back and forth communication with staff, Ms. Rainier really never got an indication as to what statute or rule or code that the LOI would not apply for. And there was really a lot of back and forth in emails. And to staff's credit, they did offer to meet. But they offered to meet based off of their misunderstanding and misclassification of the LOI in terms of the application that was denied, that we're here to appeal tonight based off the error. And based off of the reasoning not to meet, it was because the staff seemed to embrace the concept of what this property and what the application was not. And I say was not because this property is the home of Ms. Rainier and her husband. This property is rural in its actual status. This property is currently being used as the zoning allows for it to be used. They have chickens, a couple roosters. They have some horses in the barn. They live there. And it's a gorgeous piece of property. So I really want to deconstruct the denial of the application and why it's an error for staff to send this denial letter. Now, I will tell you that I'm going to go backwards on the denial letter, and I apologize for going backwards, but I think it's best to kind of start with the last and go with the parts that might be more substantive in terms of applicability and how we can argue as to where the error occurred. So when I deconstruct the denial, and can you all hear me okay? I can't necessarily. Great. When I look at the denial, it talks about in the last part that there are zoning violations, or allegedly there may be zoning violations with the property. And it really drilled down on two. And when I looked at that and I read the code, I was a little, struck by the fact that that was actually listed in the denial letter itself, because there are no zoning violations on this property. None. Now, the reason why I bring this up is because under Section 11.4A, which was cited, the staffing can talk about we can withhold or revoke a permit in the event there's a zoning violation. But in their own language, the staffing says we don't know if there's one or not. And they talk about two specific things. One is a grand oak tree. Was it removed or not by my client after they bought the property? The answer is no. Any removal was done by a prior owner, which all the GPS and all the online aerial sites more than prove. And a non-existent, non-commercial website that my client's son worked to put together that had no commercial or actual ordering or ability when they were looking at potentially like getting excited. The son was getting excited about putting out a website. Oh, we can sell eggs, Mom and Dad. We can do this kind of stuff. So I bring that up because there was no investigation, so there was really no due process. And so a denial under 11.4a is inappropriate. They can withhold it on the application, or they can revoke a permit that was already issued. However, they can't deny it. They can't use that as a basis for denial. Now, I did a little research on this. I don't see where they have the right to do it. And I realized that the word withhold means that, we can withhold your approval, but it doesn't say anywhere that we can deny it. We can deny your application because of that. And again, there's no allegation in here that says, we have investigated this, we've given you a chance to respond to it, you have a clear zoning violation on your property. It doesn't exist. And that never happened by staff. Staff never came and said, explain this. Here's your right. Come do it. They did offer a chance to come talk, and that may have been a part of the conversation. But never in writing did they ever come and say, here's your violation, prove it's not a violation. Never happened. In fact, they never actually issued that there's an actual known, proven violation anywhere. So in the appeal, again, I'm deconstructing it. I'm going from bottom to top. In the appeal, to say that there's zoning violation on this property, it's just not right, and it's not accurate, and it doesn't follow 11.4a, which the staff used as part of their justification for the denial of this application. So that's issue number one. Then issue number two is there is some mistake in the understanding of what this property is and what this property ain't. And the mistake in the understanding is this is not commercial land. This is not commercial land use. This is rural. Sorry, I come from Georgia, so I can't say Mars great. Rural. Thank you. Thank you. Rural. Thank you. You got it, sir. This is rural. Anyway.
Can you say country?
Anyway, that's what this property is meant to be, and that's what the zoning allows it to be. This is not some commercial property. Now, it seems to be that staff and my client got on a bad foot in terms of that understanding, and I believe that mischaracterization led to a improper point where staff believed that this should be an application not for a home occupation under Section 6.511A and therefore, but it should be for animal and insect production. Now, that's a commercial land use, and that just doesn't apply to this property that has a single-family residential on it, and that's their primary residence. What really should apply is a home occupation. And so when we get into that determination by staff, we just don't believe that's the case. And again, we briefed this pretty well for y'all to see in what we just handed out. But the property is being used correctly per the zoning. Per the zoning. The zoning allows them to have the chickens in the coop. It allows them to have a couple roosters. It allows them to have the barn. It allows them to have their home. They're using this property exactly as it is intended to be used by zoning. There's no variance needed. There's no divesting of that. It's not commercial land use. And for animal and insect production, I believe that there was a misunderstanding in terms of the reading of the second LOI. There was an attempt to try to characterize that. It just never seemed to get staff and my client on the same page. But because of the way the staff believed it should be animal and insect production, it just fell off the rails. And that was another reason for their denial. But again, there's no evidence provided by staff in terms of clear and convincing evidence, which you need to deny it, to say, oh, no, this is absolutely commercial land use. This is absolutely being done the wrong way. Because when you look at the animal inspection production rule, it talks about square footage. It talks about all these things. There's no denial based off of any of those parts. Staff just decided, this should be a commercial land use. Let's turf it and get rid of it because we think it's a home occupation. It's not applicable here. So we think that is an error in the denial for that reason. Now, let me segue back a little bit. When we look at the code for a home occupation application, which second LOI that was submitted by Jody Rainier, that actually applies. I want to talk a little bit about why staff turned this down based off of 6.511I and 6.511J. Now, 6.11I says that there can't be any outdoor activities. Now, I'd like to read it just because I think it actually reads pretty well in terms of how the code is written. And on 6.511I, I apologize, let me pull this up. You ever have your finger in the right place and you think you got the wrong place, so you turn it, and then next thing you know, you got to go back? 6.511I, outdoor activities. It says specifically, all activities in storage areas associated with home occupations must be conducted in completely enclosed structures with the exception of crop production. All right. Now, per the letter of intent provided to the county by my client, in her LOI, it says poultry utilize shelters, fenced areas, and free-range yard and pond access typical of rural properties. And then it goes forward in the denial letter to say the CLDR requires all activities associated with home occupation be conducted in completely enclosed structures. From the letter, the LOI, it appears that the chickens will be outside of enclosed structures at times. This will be a violation of the CLDR. Now, the problem with that is the outdoor activity is not that. Sorry.
You have used up your time.
I thought I had 10 minutes. Really?
I have to trust them.
Permission to expand. Permission for 2 additional minutes.
Before we do that, before I allow that, let's see if anyone here has a question of you.
Okay.
Okay? That may help you. Now, I'm not going to allow you to keep reading on everything, but you can entertain questions.
Certainly.
Anyone has a question? Any one of the board members have a question thus far?
Rather hear his explanation first. I'll make a motion to provide 2 more minutes to hear.
Okay, do I have a second? Second. Okay. I think it might be unanimous. I'm not going to take it to a whole vote. So we're going to grant him 2 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the board. And I'll be quick. You know, us lawyers like to talk a lot, so that's the problem.
You can't help it. Go ahead.
So I want to just point out that under 6.511I and 6.511J, it talks about outdoor activities and exterior appearance. But I want to bring up to the board, nothing will change. These are pre-existing conditions that fall under existing zoning. The barn, the chicken coops, the chickens in the area that they roam around in. What does happen is the activities to actually do the application happen inside the single-family residential. The roosters fertilize eggs, and the chickens, the hens, they lay the eggs. None of that's going to change. But in the event the eggs are taken inside and they're washed off and they're decided to be sold, that happens behind. It doesn't change the outdoor experience. It doesn't change where this activity is happening. Same for when the chicks. If the chicks are born, they're taken inside and they will be sold on the inside. There's absolutely no commercial desire here in the application. It's limited in what they're doing, who they would see, how they would do it. It's all spelled out there. So under those two sections of the code, there's really no change, again, because it's going to be the same whether you're inside or outside in terms of how they're living under the zone. The only thing that will change is what they decide to do with the excess in terms of eggs and our chicks, which they will take inside, and they will decide either give away or sell or dispose of. And I believe that's probably not quite 2 minutes, but I'm pretty close. Thank you all so much.
You did well. Okay. Yes, sir. You have a question?
I'll open this up. I mean, you're saying nothing's changing, but really it's the ruling of what's happening there currently. Give me your definition of selling eggs. Is that commercial or not?
Well, it's under a home occupation, sir. I mean, it's allowed for under home occupation under 6.511A, and this is exactly the type of minor, immaterial commercial activity that can happen by and through a single-family residential home. So I can't tell you it's not commercial. It's not commercial from the standpoint that it would be in a traditional venue. They're not going to make money off of this. This is not a profit-making thing. It's just simply trying to avoid wasting excess eggs that these hens are going to lay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Mr. Cobb, thank you for coming out representing your client tonight. In reading through this case, trying to prep for this meeting and reading through 125 pages of information provided to us by the county and now another brief to read, I don't even know if we could adequately do this thing justice. But one question I had in reading all of this is, why did your client refuse to meet with the county?
Yeah.
Your Honor, my client is a paralegal for a PI firm and has to travel dramatically way too much. And as a result, she was not physically local to be able to meet during that time.
Did she ever offer to meet with the county?
Not to my knowledge, Your Honor. I'm sorry, I keep wanting to say Your Honor. Not,
okay.
not to my knowledge,
You
sir.
can call him Your Honor, but not me. You know, just in looking at this case, it's, well, I'm not going to provide my opinion just yet. I'll hold back on that. But so let me ask another question then. So we received a lot of objections from the neighbors over the request by your client to overturn the administrator's decision. Now, can you describe to us the nature of the relationship with the neighbors and why there's not one neighbor that actually supports the proposed use?
I can, and thank you for that question. And to answer your question just very succinctly, it's a poor relationship. And the reason why it's a poor relationship is when my clients bought this property, two things happened. The neighbor to the south, which is the Du Bois, and I believe they're here, and I'm sure they'll testify, they lost part of their land, which they have a home occupation permit. They run a wedding venue in their backyard. It's a gorgeous area. It's on the marsh right near the river, and so they run a wedding venue. So they were upset that they had an encroachment on my client's property, and my clients enforced them to move their encroachment. So that obviously started the relationship off bad. There also is a pond in the front that's shared, and there's a dock area that my clients took advantage of based off the survey that's their property, and that continued, taking a bad neighbor relationship and making it worse because there's a taking of what the neighbor believed that they were entitled to. Now, the Du Bois, in my opinion, went to the Goddings, and I may be mispronouncing their name, and they're on the north end of the property, and both are contiguous neighbors, sir. And the Goddings, I believe, they're here as well, and they actually had already told my clients that they planned to withdraw because of misinformation. And if you notice the letters that were done by the Du Bois and the Goddings, ask yourself, why are these things almost identical? Because one person wrote the other person's letter is what it was.
Yeah,
right?
but that's not unusual for us to see. There's individuals that write letters for people that want to appeal or object to these all the time. So
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that is what it is.
With the guidance, there was initially another issue in terms of offense and encroachment on that side, and that got resolved. And to our understanding, that issue and the relationship with guidance is getting better. But then in terms of the petition, we understand, and we'd ask, and I don't know if I believe this happened or not, but apparently the neighbors were told by staff to go and get a petition of other neighbors, and we believe that there's misinformation out there with other neighbors. We intentionally didn't go knock on every other neighbor's door. I don't think staff would say, hey, go get a petition. We've heard that. I think that's just hearsay, but nevertheless, I hope they wouldn't do that. But we didn't go and talk to every single neighbor that actually signed that petition, but based off the talk in the neighborhood, it appears that the neighbors believe that this was going to be some massive, true commercial. You're going to have people driving there all the time, and that's just not the case. I mean, they're talking about maybe one customer per hour, between 8 and 8 on their LOI. I mean, they don't want to have more than one customer. And again, my client does travel for work. They just want to do something with excess eggs, and they thought, hey, why not try to sell them?
So who's watching the chickens while your client's traveling?
Unfortunately, her husband, Mr. Rainier, down here on the far right, is stuck with the duties at home while Mr. Rainier's traveling.
Okay. That's all I have for right now.
Okay.
I have a follow-up.
Let me, anyone on this side, Ms. Smith? I will get back to you. All right. Yeah.
Is there any commercial reason or safety reason why the chicken coops have to be painted orange?
I'm sorry. Why they have to be painted orange?
Right. Is there like a commercial or safety reason?
I don't. What's that? I don't think there's any painting orange. I think it's the like the tan-esque of the wood on the exterior. I actually went out and looked at it. I don't believe there's anything painted orange. If it were painted orange, I'd be shocked. I don't believe that's accurate. So
okay, thank you.
But to answer your question, I've learned more about chickens and eggs than I ever wanted to. So I can't imagine there's some safety reason for orange painting. But nor do I believe that this is painted orange.
Is the chicken and the egg operation the only operation? I noticed in the letter there was talk of other animals, maybe horseback riding. Or
There was some initial desire. They have a couple of horses on the property. There was some initial desire to maybe have people come and ride and do other stuff because they have a walk around. But they've abandoned that plan and went just to figure out what to do with their excess eggs and when chicks actually get hatched before they're able to pull the eggs.
Okay, and Okay, that's it. That's my only
But
question.
to answer your question, no,
Yeah,
there's no other
that's it.
commercial proposal nor any intent to bring back any commercial activities other than the two that we believe fall under 6.511A and sequence on that home occupation permit request.
Okay, thank you.
When was the purchase? When was the property purchased again, please?
Let me see. Mr. Chairman, can I just ask my question and verify? Because I have a date, but I want to make sure that's accurate. Do you mind if I ask my client that question?
Quickly.
November of 2024.
Thank you. Mr. Neal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You keep referencing that this is not going to be a large commercial operation, and there's references to one customer per hour. Is this something that you're trying to say that you'll limit and restrict it? Or you say it in the letter of intent, but I mean, how is the county supposed to regulate that you're only going to have one customer per hour? It just seems kind of arbitrary, or you're trying to make a point of some type, and I don't understand how that would be determined and managed.
Well, and I think this is where the neighbors also help the county in terms of oversight and regulation. But, you know, the purpose of that in that second OI was to show to the staff of the county that there was a controlled appointment-only sale of eggs and or these chicks inside the house that were raised on the property. The goal is to not give the county the wrong idea, which I believe the first LOI was way too broad. Admittedly, that's why it was withdrawn, and that's why the new LOI came in. So the reasoning behind that was just to show that's there. In terms of oversight, I would bring up the same question about the DeBose property. I mean, they have flowers all over their property. I mean,
I'm not concerned about the DeBose property.
Okay.
I'm concerned about this property.
Yes, sir. Yeah, but again, the intent is to show the intent of the applicant that they do not want to have some large commercial operation on their home.
And that you would restrict this property to one customer per hour.
That would be what they would put out there, just to help give the county some reassurance and give the board some reassurance what their true motivation and intent is. And again, they were not even going to be there during the day. During the week, they both work. So
okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
And neither are close to retirement either. So,
How many chickens and goats will they have? I know the thing said 2, 4, but how many chickens were we talking about, actually?
currently there are 17 chickens and 2 roosters.
Okay. All right. Anyone else have any? Yes.
Sorry,
sir.
3 roosters and 17 chickens. 14 hens, 3 roosters, 17 total.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I could see how that could be a lot of noise, but that's a side note.
But it's within the zoning, sir. I mean, that's allowed for.
I'm not arguing that point. I just can understand why. We have some roosters that live near us, and yes, I have been awoken by those roosters from time to time.
Well, I'd rather have them in chicken, but.
So going back to, this is somewhat outside, well, it's definitely outside of the scope of the request that was made on 12-9 that, would be the one the zoning decision was made on. But, there was some record of boarding, or within the administrative record, there was some mention of boarding horses on the property as well.
That was in the first LOI in terms of a plan. Again, that's been abandoned, and there's no intention to do so.
And so there is no horse boarding that is happening on the property.
Not only is there none, there has been none to date since the time the acquisition was made by my clients.
Okay. And so then all that are out there are chickens and goats and any horses that your client might own.
I think they own 2. Is that right? Two horses that they own. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You had a question, Mr. Brown?
I guess I just want some clarification possibly on the trees. There seems to be a lot of language in some of these documents here that I know not necessarily here, but this that the county is pointing out and questioning about tree removal, and it would seem that there would be something more to bringing all this up than just they just thought there might be some trees removed. Can you speak to that at all, as why the county feels that and why that isn't true? Or
yeah, and I'm glad you asked that question. it appears that possibly the seller of the property to my clients may have cut a tree down. We don't know if they had a permit. We don't know if they did it, in the proper way or not. And I couldn't find anything in case law that actually, put that burden or put that penalty on the buyers who weren't aware of anything that happened like that. And they did clear out brush, but prior to and after clearing out some of the brush, they did have somebody from the county that came before and after. But there's been no tree cutting on their property. We just believe that what they're speaking of is probably what happened prior to the purchase, and that's all we know. So it's hard to defend it because we just know we didn't do it.
Is there a stump, or is there something that?
So it's in their backyard, kind of down to the bottom left, closer to the marsh that's close to the DeBose property line. I believe there's a stump there. Is that? Yeah. Has it been grounded up yet? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, does that answer your question? I apologize.
I mean, yeah. So there's a stump there, I guess.
Well,
was
there was a stump, and they had a stump grinder go out and take care of it. So.
Anything else, Mr. Brown? Not to rush you. Yes, sir.
I mean, I'm just reading this one thing, and I just want to make sure the appellate has a clear understanding of where I try to hear from him. I'm going to read this from the staff's comment, and this is for the denial response number 1. The applicant's second letter of intent, which is required form for staff to determine the appropriate use classification and standards within the proposed use, must meet states clearly poultry utilize shelters, fenced areas, and free-range yard and pond access typical rural areas is non-compliant with the requirements. Outdoor activities resulted in the denial of this home occupation permit. You've clearly stated that things are happening outside currently and things are not going to change. How is that wrong?
Good question. It's wrong because the activity of the home occupation is not what's happening under the zoning that's allowed for the property. The eggs are taken inside the home, and they're decided whether or not they're cleaned, and they're decided whether or not to sell, to throw away, or to keep and eat themselves. In terms of the chicks, they take the eggs, they take them in their home, and they decide what to do with them. None of that activity, that is the scope of the home occupation. These other things are pre-existing, they're allowed for under the zoning. This home occupation is simply taking things inside that aren't going to mess up the exterior or outdoor activities or fall into that outdoor activities. So it's work that's done outside of what's currently happening day in and day out, regardless if they get a home occupation permit or not. You're still going to have this issue. So that shouldn't be included as a rejection. Otherwise, it's too broad. Because then what you're saying, and I briefed this as well, then what you're saying is anybody who has a chicken outside that lays an egg, that person can't get a home occupation permit to sell those eggs. So it's really unreasonable for that type of interpretation under 6.511I or even J for that matter to say, oh, well, the chicken's outside, it can't, that's not going to work. And so that's the problem with that, given that it's a single-family residential and the home occupation piece happens inside the home, not what's happening outside that's allowed for under the zoning of the property, sir. That's a really good question, but that's a very important distinction with a difference. That does actually break the causal plane of what's happening that's allowed for in zoning, and then they're taken inside the home, and then they're allowed to review and determine what to do with the excess. And that in itself is where the home occupation application comes from. The application stated that these chickens were outside, that they were raised, to try to prove that this is a rural property, and that's what's going on, and that they're within their zoning to do so. It's not trying to say, hey, as part of the home occupation, we're going to have these chickens do something different than what they do naturally that's allowed for under the zoning. So you have to break that plane to be able to look at the home occupation application.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Brown.
Sorry, I'm just going to stay on this line of question here too. I understand where you're coming from, saying that there's a plane of difference between what happens outside and what happens inside. But tell me how I can't follow this language here that says all activities and storage areas associated with home occupations must be conducted in completely enclosed structures, with the exception of crop production. Where it happens outside, it's allowed in this zone, and you can have chickens and have all that happen. But as soon as you start selling them, now that whole operation and all activities, how do I understand what you're saying, but how do I follow that when there's nothing that states that there's a causal plane and something changes when you take it inside where it says all activities?
No,
and I've got to say that if you have chickens and they're running around outside, it's part of the activity. As soon as this became a commercial endeavor, I would think all activities associated with it are included.
It's a good question. Again, I'm not going to be redundant, but I'll break it into two answers. So number one is, again, if you read that language as it's written, all activities in storage areas associated with home occupation must be conducted in completely enclosed structures, and excluding the crop production exception there. If you read it that strictly, then what you're saying is no one, whoever wants to sell an egg with a chicken that's outside where it may have laid that egg, can ever sell that egg under a home occupation permit. So you are denying everybody who comes. And the other thing I haven't done is I haven't looked to see how many home occupation permits are out there with people that have chickens that are selling these eggs to determine how many home occupation permits have been issued, but they have that same issue, Mr. Brown, because you're right. I mean, that was something I had to really wrap my brain around too, and that segues to the second part where all activities in storage areas associated with home occupations, the activity of cleaning the eggs is inside the house. The activity of storing the eggs is within the house. The activity of selling the egg is within the house. And that is the difference of the home occupation. The actual having the eggs is not part of the activity of the home occupation. And I know we're going back to the old joke, what came first, the chicken or the egg? But the reality is the fact that chickens are going to have eggs, and they're going to have them outside. And the bottom line is this. If it's so strictly allowed for this denial, then if you go back and look at every single home occupation permit that's been allowed in the county for egg sales, then you're going to have to revoke probably a fair number of home occupation permits. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. I think that this was looked at in the wrong lens because, again, it took me a second to understand it as well. But once I got there, and I'm trying to do a good job explaining it, I apologize if it's a difficult concept to grasp, but to me, the all activities in that language, the way you read it, can't be read that broadly, or else you would never have anybody do that. And that's not what 6.511 was meant to do. It was meant to give minor commercial work in a home occupation for that purpose that meets those standards under all of 6.511, including I and J. And I hope I've answered your question to your satisfaction, but it's a hard question. It's a hard answer, but I hope that makes sense.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're all clear? Any questions? Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all. I appreciate your time.
Okay. Now we're here from the... we're here from the county.
I do. Thank you. Good evening. So a lot of this will be reiteration from everything that you all just heard, but I hope to keep it short and to the point. So obviously the Charleston County Zoning and Land Development Regulations Ordinance allows for home occupation permits to be issued if certain criteria can be met, which is described in Section 6.511, Home Occupations. The general subsection of that section states the regulations of this section are intended to permit residents to engage in home occupations while ensuring that home occupations will not be a detriment to the character and livability of the surrounding area. Home occupations must remain subordinate to the principal residential use of the property, and the viability of the residential use must be maintained. Within the same section describing the home occupation requirements of the ZLDR, there are two subsections in question tonight. 6511I, which is outdoor activities, 6511J, exterior appearance, which I won't reiterate, but the main point of those is that the home occupation use must be conducted completely within enclosed structures, and that there shall be no visible evidence of the conduct of a home occupation. There shall be no change in the exterior appearance of the dwelling unit that houses a home occupation or the site upon which it's conducted that will make the dwelling appear less residential in nature or function. Home occupation permit requests are evaluated based on the applicant's ability to show how the requested use fits into this criteria, and when they are not able to demonstrate this, then the proposed use would have to be evaluated as a non-residential use and meet different guidelines from those provided for home occupations. So now staff has responded to each of the three arguments that the appellant proposed in her submittal. And the first references the two subsections of home occupation criteria. Her letter of intent stated poultry utilizes shelters, fenced areas, and free-range yard and pond access typical of rural properties. This description does not meet either of the criterion, which require that all outdoor activities must be conducted in completely enclosed structures, and there shall be no visible evidence of the conduct of a home occupation when viewed from the street or from an adjacent lot. In the applicant's second letter of intent, the poultry and the shelters, fenced areas, and access to ponds are not completely contained in enclosed structures and could be visible from the street and or adjacent lots, and therefore would not be compliant with the home occupation requirements of the ordinance. The appellant's second argument provides that the appeal references the denial of the home occupation permit based on a new site plan review requirement. The zoning permit process takes one of two tracks, which is solely based on if the proposed use is single-family residential in nature or not. If a proposed use is single-family residential, then it is required to meet a set of standards and review described in the ZLDR, whereas if the proposed use is non-single-family residential, then it is required to meet a higher level of review and requirements. Home occupations are allowed as an accessory use to residential principal uses. The intent is that the home is completely functioning as a home, and the impact of the limited business use of the home is not visible and does not impact the surrounding residences in any way. While keeping of poultry for personal use is allowed in the rural residential zoning district, keeping of poultry on residential property for business or commercial use is not an allowed home occupation, but instead would fall under the use classification of agricultural, specifically as animal and insect production, which is defined as the raising of animals or insects on pasture land, controlled environments, or selected environments, or production of animal or insect products on an agricultural or commercial basis. Animal and insect productions shall include those accessory uses and activities customarily associated with this type of operation. This use type is conditionally allowed in the rural residential district, and it's subject to a few conditions such as a required minimum lot size, vegetative buffers, and setback requirements depending on the size of the lot. This condition also states that on-site sales are permitted as an accessory use subject to the provisions of this ordinance, which could support the applicant's request to sell poultry and eggs from the property under this type of use. This type of use, being non-residential, would require the site plan review process in order to obtain a zoning permit to conduct this business. The appellant was notified of site plan review being necessary on numerous occasions during the month of December 2025 via email from site plan review staff and interim director Melissa White prior to the issuance of the formal denial letter on January 13th. In addition, staff attempted to set up several meetings to discuss what would be required for site plan review to kind of go over these nuances that the appellant seems to not agree with staff on, and kind of go through the process of how she can obtain a zoning permit to do what she would like to do. The third argument provided in the appeal references the denial of the home occupation based on alleged zoning violations. Whenever we are in receipt of an application to obtain a zoning permit, staff always conducts a review of the property to see what previously issued permits were or plan reviews that were under review. We also look at aerial imagery to compare to different site plans that are provided to us, and we'll do additional research such as internet searches for business activity to ensure that the property is properly permitted. If there are potential violations, staff will work with the applicant to rectify any issues throughout the permitting process. When we conducted the review of this permit application, it was found that there had been previous permits issued for the property specifically for personal use, including clearing for a horse pasture, and then it specifically says for personal use only, a shed not to be used for commercial activity, and other electrical upgrades to the site. It was also found that the business had an existing online presence offering several services such as horsemanship training, paddock and bed rentals, among other offerings, all of which would require at least site plan review in addition to potentially needing to rezone to a different zoning district. In reviewing the aerial imagery and a tree survey that was submitted as a part of the previous application for clearing, we found that a 26-inch DBH live oak grand tree may have been removed without a permit. This is another example of where it is imperative that an applicant meet and discuss these issues, because there are instances where a permit may not be required in order to remove a grand tree. So it would be up to Ms. Renner to explain the situation so that staff can understand what was going on. Withholding a zoning permit is a remedy that we commonly use in this department, and it is an allowed way of obtaining compliance with the ordinance per ZLDR section 11.4.a. Interim Director Melissa White made the appellant aware of these issues via email on December 12th and 18th, and again in the formal denial letter on January 13th. When violations such as those described in this instance are found, staff will give the applicant an opportunity to state reasoning as to why it is not a violation. Typically, the person in violation will contact our office and we will discuss and work together on whatever the issues may be, but since that didn't happen in this case, staff could only go on with the information available, which shows that the property has several violations. Also, staff was never allowed on the property. So to conclude, there are no errors found in this denial of the home occupation permit. When the department is in receipt of any type of application, staff will conduct research, speak with other departmental divisions, and work together to find a path which would allow an applicant a way of moving forward to obtain the permit they are seeking. In this instance, staff attempted to meet, hold phone calls or virtual meetings, and emailed extensively with the applicant in an attempt to help the applicant understand the correct application type suited for the business she is and wants to conduct. Had she contacted us, we would have helped her through the compliance process and the proper review and permitting process. However, the applicant refused all contact except email correspondence and provided no way for staff to help her through the processes. Since the applicant requested deferral at the March BZA meeting, the only contact received has been by way of FOIA requests regarding permits on several neighboring properties. And I'm happy to take any questions.
I'm going to start this time. Thank you. Do we have a timeline for when that tree was removed? Are we able to see it with aerial photography?
Yes, so we are, and I can go back to that slide.
Exhibit.
So there is a 2023 aerial image, and I circled in red. It's a little bit difficult to see where that grand tree is located. And then the other aerial image is from 2025. If you see the site plan that's kind of between the two, that shows where that tree was notated on a site plan that was submitted to us for the clearing and grubbing permit. So sometime between 2023 and 2025, that tree was removed, but the site plan that was submitted by the appellant did show that on the tree survey and the site plan.
So on the survey, it was there. On
Yes.
the tree survey, it was there.
What's the date on the survey?
Yes.
Let me find the date that permit was issued.
That's a great question. That's a great question.
And while you're looking for that, why was staff not allowed on the property?
What was that again?
Why was staff not allowed on the property?
We were just asked not to go on the property
By whom?
by the applicant, the owner.
And what staff member went out and was told this?
The survey's exhibited 11 in the package, and it's dated 12/12/2024, I believe.
12 what?
12/12/2024.
And also, just for clarification, the denial of the home occupation permit was not based on this tree removal occurring. That was just something that came up during our review of the property and something that we would want to rectify during the approval process.
Okay. And who was that staff member that went out?
Well,
That was the,
yeah, we just contacted them to see about posting for the March meeting, and so we were able to post the property but not take pictures. So that's why you'll see in the packet, all the pictures are provided by the applicant.
okay. Thank you, Ms. Working. Okay. I hope I didn't steal your thunder.
Those are great questions.
So
Thank you, Mr.
you
Chair.
said confirm the survey was 12/12/24. Okay, and the
it showed-
purchase was
and it showed
11/11/24.
11/20, and it showed the tree on the survey.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I have to make sure. I think I got real simple questions here. So I heard the applicant state that basically the egg or chicken business is really a nonprofit business. So my question is a business license required for that type of operation? And would it matter if they were just giving away the eggs and chicken?
I think that would be a question for the business license department, just because I don't know the exact parameters or if it potentially has something to do with bartering. I'm not
Right.
really quite positive
I mean,
on that.
if I'm understanding this, the issues really here is it's a commercial operation going on out of a home instead of it being a home.
Correct. And
So
can it
the-
maintain
Right.
being and
And
existing
if you're
as a
more,
home
if
without
you're
it?
doing commercial operations, the county's trying to protect the residents around it for noise, chickens, all the different stuff that a commercial operation brings, whether it's one customer an hour or driveways and all that different stuff. So that's really the distinction that we're under here, correct?
Yes, and it's in that section of the ordinance, you'll notice, I'm sure you've read the ordinance many times, but in that section is actually, there are a list of things that are not allowed
Right.
specifically as home occupations. So the county tries to give homeowners, free range if they're able to provide how they are going to maintain this as a home,
Right.
and it won't be affecting neighboring properties. So that's why it's not a list of allowed things, but
Right.
instead a list of things that are not allowed.
Just not free-range chicken. Sorry, that was too easy. So roughly how many times did the county request a meeting with the applicant? Because I read a couple of different times, and I don't need exact, and I don't need the date. Just, was it 5 times? Was it 3 emails? Was it 10 emails? Was it, how many phone calls and emails? Because, I mean, sooner or later, the applicant made a point of saying that they were traveling and very busy, and I understand, but this is pretty important that I would want to return an email or a phone call.
Right. There were several interactions, especially within like a 1 week
So
period.
several is more than 5?
I would say so, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anybody else on this side? Mr. Brown? I'll get to this side.
It was discussed earlier that there were, and maybe you're not the right one to ask, but I guess I'll ask the question anyway. It was discussed earlier that every person that is selling eggs, I guess in this zone, their permits would have to be revoked. Is there any sense of how many other farms or commercial endeavors are happening under the accessory use
As a home occupation?
as a home occupation and not a commercial?
We do not have any instances where it's solely operating as egg production on its own. So it would be hard to compare that with other home occupations, especially when you drill it down to the specific zoning district. So I would say that there are none that would be comparable.
So then they would, any ones that do have a permit are a commercial endeavor, this, what was it?
Yes.
Animal insect production.
Correct.
Which would fall, and they would do all the site approval, site plan review approvals and all of that.
I was gonna add, in the use table, it's an allowed use by right in RM, AG 15, AG 10, AG 8. So those, in those districts, it wouldn't require site plan review.
Yeah.
And then the conditional use in AGR, RR, S3.
I'm sorry, Jenny. I will step in on that one. So that it would require site plan review, yeah.
Sorry, they will.
And all the
but
districts.
they are
yeah.
allowed by right. There's no, the conditions do not apply. Thank you, Sally.
I have one more question. I'm sorry, it just popped in my head here that maybe is useful. Had the owner agreed to meet, what would you may have learned from that meeting that would have changed the denial?
If she was able to narrow down how she, besides via email, how she could fit into this home occupation use, or if she was considering finding ways to meet this requirement that everything is contained indoors. That's where the discussion and kind of the back and forth and idea sharing can occur, is during these pre-application meetings. So whether we misunderstood what she was trying to say or she was misunderstanding what we were trying to say, it gives us time to have that conversation. It very well could have happened that we had that site plan or that pre-application meeting and we said, oh yeah, you definitely fit under home occupation. Go ahead and apply at the front counter. All of this has been figured out. You've decided to contain it and be within these home occupation parameters. So that's where the discussion really is beneficial, and we have it with every applicant.
Is the fact that it's outdoors at all, the chickens running around, does that becomes an outdoor thing and not an indoor as far as
yes,
this is concerned? Okay.
I'm going to come back to you. Any on this side? Ms. Smith?
So just to reiterate, you cannot get a home occupation permit to sell eggs in rural residential.
You can if you can show that it will be an enclosed structure and you can meet all the other requirements.
Ms. Smith?
Is the barn considered an enclosed structure?
It should be. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mr. Nelson?
All right, thank you. I have a couple of questions. You answered one of them about whether or not there are any other permits out there allowing the sale of eggs in the county underneath a home occupation permit. But one question I have is, in this particular instance, had the permittee, the appellate, elected to meet with the county and go through a site plan review process, what would that process have looked like?
A lot of times that will depend on what kind of information we get. So, there's a checklist and a series of documents that are required to be submitted for site plan review. So, you might get one in that's in great condition and maybe only takes one round of comments back and forth, but there could also be times where it could go on for a year. So it really depends on how well the applicant communicates with staff and are able to understand what's required of them. But typically it's a 15-day review period. So if an applicant submits the application, then staff has 15 days to review it and provide comments back to the applicant.
So underneath the animal and insect production category, what type of information would the county have needed to see in the site plan review process?
I will defer to Sally on that one.
General site plan with the driveway. People will be coming in and out, so we want to make sure there's adequate driveway width for people so they don't get kind of caught in a situation where one's coming out and the other one can't come in. Parking, any of the structures on the site, where the animals would be located, the number of animals, things like the
Setbacks,
screen. There's some
setback
conditions,
buffering, that kind of stuff as
Yeah,
well.
there's some conditions about buffering for this, so we'd want to make sure that they're meeting those buffering around the perimeter of the property.
But nothing that necessarily would have ever triggered a need for a variance or to come before this board.
Not necessarily, no.
Unless they
there
were
was
removing a grand
tree
tree,
or something,
yeah.
a grand tree or.
But even with the grand tree, if there was proof that it was rated a D or an F,
Right.
that would have not even needed to come before this board.
Right. They might have some documentation from the company that removed the tree or something, if that was the case, or some pictures that we could resolve it in some different ways.
So with some communication, we wouldn't necessarily be here right now.
Potentially.
I'll
yeah.
tell-
Yeah,
You
it's hard
removed
to
that
tell.
question. Yeah, I think others have asked the other questions I've jotted down. So,
Help me, Ms. Brooks. What's the size of this parcel?
Oh, man. Does anybody have that pulled out already?
I
don't have
believe
pulled
it
up
is
on my
right
computer.
around 5 acres.
Okay.
It's got to be big.
It's under it. Right, it was right around the 5 acre mark because that's where the conditions stepped in and would allow this.
And the property west of that or adjacent to it? I didn't pull it up on the county website, but and then, Mr. Neal, you can go ahead and ask your question while they're looking for that.
Yeah, just from a ruling standpoint, to overturn this appeal, it takes 2/3 of the present members, so that's what, 5 votes tonight? Is that correct? If I did my math? Just confirming.
I didn't bring my cheat sheet.
I know it's not a majority. I'm pretty sure it's 2/3. So that would be 5?
How many we got here? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Mr. Siddall.
Thank you.
Just so I'm clear, if a resident in a rural area has free-range chickens running loose, and holds a home occupation license or under the regulation, then because they're not contained in a building, they would be in violation. Am I understanding that correctly?
If they have a home occupation, so if they have the intent of selling the poultry or the eggs,
Right.
if it's just someone with free-range chickens on their personal property and they use the eggs themselves and they're not going to sell them, then there's no permit required for that.
But if they, with or without home occupation designation, if they were selling them, then they would be in violation.
Yes.
Right. There's potentially a lot of violations out there, I think,
They
in
just
my
haven't been brought to
area
our
where I
attention.
live, I think. But, okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
So along those lines, then, had they come in and asked for permission for this use underneath the animal and insect production, they would have been allowed to sell. It doesn't qualify for home occupation at that point, correct?
Correct. Well, yeah, it doesn't qualify anyways, just because the operation is, they will have them outdoors and they want to sell them. So yes, they could come in for an application for the animal and insect production and go through the process, hopefully quickly.
Okay, thank you.
All right, sorry, one more clarification. Under that scenario, the chickens could be outside and free range and eggs sold, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Y'all good over here?
Buffering.
Ms. Smith? Okay. Any more questions? Did we tire you out?
Never.
Oh, okay, good. All right, thank you. So at this time, oh gosh, I want to take a recess. I will hear from the applicant once more. No.
Let's see what the next.
Well, that's right. We do have to have it. I'm sorry. So public comments from the support. So anyone, do we have anyone to support this appeal? Okay. To support the appellant. Do we have any? Just not. Yeah. Do we have anyone to support the appellant? The homeowner. The people that are bringing this case. We have no one. Okay. Do we have anyone in support of the opposition, the county? Okay. You may come forward one at a time. Please state your name and address. Anyone in opposition? I see you got a notebook there, but I want to remind you that we have 2 minutes.
It won't take 2 minutes, sir.
Oh, okay, good. Please state your name and address for the record.
I just brought this to look impressive, actually.
Hot dog, I like that.
In case you would think I wasn't prepared. My name is James DeVos. I'm the neighbor to the south, 1301 15 Mile Landing Road, Allendale.
You're 174?
I can't see that far, but I think that's correct. Yes. In your packet, you've seen the letter we put in. Oh, I guess it was for the 1st of March hearing, and we made some photos. And by the way, the chicken coops are orange. My packet, when I was a kid, my Crayolas only came in 8 colors. That one was orange.
Okay.
That's kind of how I view it anyway. There's a lot of discussion here about selling eggs and grading eggs and hatching eggs. The issue with me and my wife is we don't want a chicken farm next door, free range, or we don't want a chicken house built to put them all in. That's not why we moved out there. That's not what we want to look at. We look at orange chicken coops. And you can look at the photos in the package and see what we see every day. It has been no effort to put up visual barriers. There's been no effort. In fact, what visual barriers there were clear cut by the appellants when they moved in, and all the visual barriers that went up between our house and theirs. But we're on their property, and I guess they had the right to do so. We're clear cut. So we want to keep the area rural. If they have chickens, my neighbor on the south of me, I guess, I don't know what number that is, who also happens to be my daughter, has chickens, and I don't even see them. And I guess she has mute roosters because I never hear them. But that's not the case on the neighbor to the north. And I guess I would like to kind of clear the air on something. We have never run a wedding venue. I'm not sure. Mary Caldwell on our street did so for years, and now has the Christmas market at Christmas time. But I thought that was a humorous remark by her attorney. Okay. I guess they're digging around there since they don't know us very well. Okay. I'm open for any questions.
Well, thank you. Anybody on my right? Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
There was a tree cut down on that property. Would you know anything about that?
Sir, there were so many trees cut down. They came in there with heavy equipment, pulled them out of the roots.
They being who?
Hauled them off on trucks. I couldn't tell you.
Okay.
If there was a grand oak, there was big oaks. A lot of everything else got cut. I mean, I think the pictures y'all have don't even do justice to what it looked like before and after. There's one we try to put in our pack from our yard before and after, but it's so I couldn't. I could offer no testimony on that.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else? I saw. Okay.
Good evening, Council. My name is Tom Gotting. I live directly to the north. First of all, I want to thank you all, and I want to thank you all out in the audience for sitting here and listening to us all this. I think there was a little bit of misinformation that was put out there, mainly by this website that was created. An error, I don't know. There was some misinformation put out there. I want to correct the renters' attorneys. We never had any strife, I don't think, between the renters. Matter of fact, when we first learned that they bought the property, we were the first ones over there with a welcome package and extended a hand out to them. So we bought the property in mid-1990s, finished our home in 2006. We lived there full time. It's a quiet neighborhood. Everybody knows everybody. And nobody really wants it to change. We don't, and I know change happens, but we don't really want to have any kind of commercial business going on. Now, I know there's been clarification about that, and that be what it is. But I just wanted to say there's no animosity towards me or anything about my neighbors. I just want to have done what's right. That's it. And live peacefully. That's all. Thank you again.
Any questions on this side? That side? Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Do you have anyone else that can say something a little different? Good afternoon.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Nancy Godding, and I live at 1311 15 Mile Landing Road, and I live adjacent to the renter property. From the minute that the county put up the notice of change of zoning, my phone rang off the hook. I know the majority of the people on both sides of my street, and I started getting calls. What's going on? What's going on? And normally when something happens on our street that involves a group effort, I'm normally the person that people call and ask. So once we found out we had been observing what was going on for a year and a half prior to the zoning. And let me say it this way. Our neighborhood may be zoned rural residential, but our neighbors to our south live under rules and regulations like other subdivisions. And they were more than anxious to sign a petition against this endeavor. And I'm trying to be kind because they said a lot of mean things. When I was going around, I met with every single neighbor that was home. And we got 100% participation against this endeavor, other than the people that were traveling or were just not at home when I went and collected those signatures. And you realize that the people that live on my street, 3/4 of them live under the rules and regulations that specifically say no produce can be done in that area. Now, we live in a little sweet spot there. I realize that we don't fall necessarily under those exact rules, but it's the rules for the street, and everybody self-governs within what is agreeable and reasonable within our neighborhood, and I think we do a heck of a good job of doing that. We communicate when issues come up, and we sign petitions and stand up and say what we have to say. For me personally, I love my home. It is like the Garden of Eden. And now I have constant chickens. You say, oh, they're just out running around. No, they're not just out running around. They're outside being fed. They're outside pooping. They stink. There's the flies, the animals. It's awful. And it's not at all what was supposed to be allowed on our street. I do have, if you need me to read you the rules and regulations about not having produce, if I had known I had to do all of that, I could do that.
30
but
seconds.
I happen to have that,
You got
and I'll
30
be happy
seconds.
to read it.
You got 30 seconds.
I'll
Go
do
ahead.
it.
All right.
Livestock. No animals, livestock, or poultry of any kind can be raised, bred, or maintained on any lot except household pets, reasonable numbers of the owner or occupants, and that they can have horses for the personal use of the owner. And by the way, we do have boarding of another animal on the renter property, another horse. So I am a little annoyed here I can tell you that everybody that signed that petition does not want this enterprise, and I wholeheartedly don't want the enterprise because I am not working 24/7 and traveling. I am there experiencing the result of their decisions, and I don't like it.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Let's see
listening
if
to me.
anyone has a question for you. Yes, sir. Mr. Nelson.
So, do you guys have an HOA or not?
From the Highway 17.
Are they subject to the HOA or are they not subject
They
to
are
the
not,
Okay.
and I am not.
Okay.
And Doug Smith is not.
Okay.
The
what we
rest
need
of
to
them
know
are.
right now. But I appreciate what the other properties have.
Yeah, they're very specific in here about how the feces, if you have horses, how they have to be, how the
I don't think that's
manure is
applicable,
handled.
though. I appreciate the comments, but because they're not subject to
Yeah,
the HOA.
I understand.
it's
Well,
not
my
applicable.
point was that it's not just the neighbor to the left and the right, it's the entire street.
How large is your parcel of land?
I've 35 years.
No. How large?
Slightly less than 6 acres. And that's another thing. The rental property is 5 acres, but not of dry land. If you compute what they should have for animals on the dry portion of their land, it's not 5 acres. Not anything, not half that.
Okay. Anyone else over here help? Ms. Smith?
On this map, which house is yours?
172.
You're directly next door. And then we heard earlier that there are other neighbors in this vicinity that have chickens.
There's neighbors that may have chickens. They don't have 5 chicken coops with a gigantic portioned off area with a barn with open air, no doors on it, and where animals are coming and going. They've got paddocks going along the back for the horses, for the goats, and for the rest of the farm animals. And that's also where they contain all the horse waste and the chicken waste, which is right next to their brand new pool. The smell is awful. I don't know how else to say it.
I understand. Okay, thank you.
Anyone on my right? Mr. Brown?
Perfect. I heard from that county asked for y'all to get a petition. Is that anything that occurred?
My neighbors, we were trying to decide what the most expeditious way to get our joint message out. And the easiest way is for us to have done a petition. And that's what we did. I did, and provided.
Thank you.
We've done it before when there's other things come up. That's our only way because we're such a unique little spot. We're not on across the street. We're on the unincorporated part of Charleston County.
Okay. Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Yes, ma'am. Do we have anyone else? Do we have anyone else in opposition? Okay. All right. So
I have those acreages if you want those now.
Thank
Would
you.
like that? Okay. The subject property is 5.88. The parcel to the north is 5.66.
So part of that's a pond, right? The shared pond in the
Right.
back?
We're just looking at the whole property. Yeah.
Correct.
And then the parcel to the south is 3.89.
Thank you so very much. So at this time, you have the right of rebuttal.
Come on.
2 minutes. Yes, sir.
How long, sir?
2.
I'll be quick. Thank you again, and I do appreciate you all being here. Based off what staff said, they said that the home occupation permit was not denied because of the zoning violation potential that are out there, but it's part of the denial letter. I mean, that's clearly an error, and it's clearly in violation of 11.4A. Further, the site plan review, this property wouldn't fit the site plan review. So essentially, the leading way that the staff was pointing my clients in would absolutely fail based off the site plan review requirements under animal and insect production. So it's a guaranteed failure. Guaranteed failure. Automatic, you're not going to get it. And then further, under 6.511I and J, nothing's changing. Nothing is changing with this property. It is being used exactly the way it's owned. Not only do neighbors have chickens, they also have goats, they also have horses. So nothing's changing. Even if the county handles this, it's not going to change. But one thing I will put out there, in alternative to this appeal, if this board wants to do it, we would ask that you kick the application back to the staff we will allow the staff to come to the site. They always could come to the site. They didn't ask to come to the site or even mention it until after this appeal was filed. So the county is more than welcome to come. We're more than happy to sit down with the county. We're more than happy to clear up any zoning violations. They absolutely did not cut down any trees. We're more than happy to do that if this board would like us to go back to staff and look at this application. But it erred in its administrative denial. They didn't follow their own rules, and we're sticking by that. And again, we think the staff does a hard job. We're not anti-staff, and we appreciate everything this board does. Thank you.
All right, hold on.
I thought 2 minutes meant get
No,
out of here.
you did really well. You answered a couple of my questions, but I want to be truly assured about what you said. You stated that staff was not denied the opportunity to come out to the site.
My understanding is staff did not inquire about coming for
No,
a
that was a
site-
yes or no answer.
I don't know the answer to that question. I just know
Okay.
that staff didn't ask.
That was an important question.
Yes, sir. I don't know the
Okay,
answer.
for
I'd
me.
have to ask my client directly. I know the inquiry didn't come until after the appeal was filed, based off what my client just told me.
So why was the unwillingness to work with staff?
To be frank, sir, I
Help me.
don't have a good answer. I don't know the question. I wasn't involved until pretty far down the path, till after the appeal was filed.
You know, I think that was something, I won't say it. Let me see if I can say this right. That's something very important to understand and to be able to relay to this board, because that's a question I really want to know, because anytime somebody's trying to help you and you deny the help, that puts you in a bad spot.
But if
No, I just want to make a statement.
Yes, sir.
Did I have any questions on my right? Any on my left? Ms. Smith? I know both of you won't say something.
I was intrigued about kicking it back to staff to see if they could take a second look at it.
Wait a minute, you asked a question?
Yeah, what is this option of somehow reopening it with staff?
I believe in terms of reversing the administrative denial and giving staff and understanding my clients have to have the time, to your point, Mr. Chairman, to actually go and address zoning violations and talk about why 6.511I and 6.51J are not in violation. I'm more than happy to do that, because I don't really know. I don't know if you can do that without. I don't think we can go back to staff without the appeal being overturned, right? I don't know how to actually go back, but my clients, now that they have me, I assure you my clients will be well informed about the benefit and importance of going and having these meetings. But more importantly, I want these violations that are alleged cleared up.
The appeal's in front of us tonight. I mean, going back to staff or whatever, we got to vote on what's in front of us tonight, and that's the appeal of the administrative decision, right, Mr. Chair? Yeah.
Yes, Ms. Smith.
I have just heard two different things on I'm going to call it the wrong thing, the animal and insect permit. I've heard they think that it will be an automatic denial, but when we hear from staff, that's not what I'm hearing. I'm curious about that. Why we're in this land, why aren't they in animal and insect land? And if we just deny it and they go back to staff and try to get that permit, are they going to be able to get it, is my question.
Okay. You know what?
They would have to participate with staff and go through the process to find out where they're most likely to qualify under the various options.
Right. Only reason I'm trying to clarify is because staff, when I asked about it, said it should be easy, or whoever it is that asked about it, should be easy and quick. And what I don't want to happen is us convey that it's going to be an easy and quick situation and then deny this, and then it's not easy and quick. I don't want to convey incorrect information.
So we have to rule on this.
No, I know that. Yeah,
okay.
Of course. Yeah.
All right. Any other questions?
No.
Kind of to follow up on that, I would like to know why you think that it would be quickly denied if they went to staff and asked for the use underneath the
Right,
animal.
because I don't believe that the property conforms to the rule and the code for that type of commercial land use. So I don't believe that that would actually apply without a zoning variance, sir.
So underneath the use table, it's a conditional use, which means it has to go through the site plan review process in order for it to be allowed. So what part of that is not part of the zoning? Would they not meet setback requirements?
I don't believe they meet the setback requirements as part of that, sir. I keep wanting to call you Your Honor. I apologize. But it's more than that. Again, this is their home. And I appreciate Mr. Neal's statement, too. This is not intended to take away or subordinate the residential qualifications of this property. They live there. They have their kids there. This is where they're planning on living out their retirement days. And, that's just it. This is not they don't want to turn it into some kind of commercial, massive revenue generating, trying to make a profit, commerce situation. This is just their primary home, and they just want to find a way to sell some excess eggs and excess chicks if they can. And the home occupation permit, again, respectfully, in its reading, that's what it was created for. The animal and insect production site plan review is created for something much different than what they aspire to do.
Well, it's partially created to make sure the impact on the neighbors is limited as well, is it not?
To my understanding, I don't know what the reasoning was for it. I can't respond to that. But again, I will say it's meant for a much more commercial-driven use that does bastardize the residential value of the property.
And I think had the appellate chosen to engage county in a conversation, there may have been ways to work through that process. That's part of site plan review.
And again, had I been involved early on, I probably would encourage that. But I do know that if you do read the emails back and forth, there are opportunities offered to meet. But with that, in that same breath, it's like the site plan review is absolutely going to apply here. There doesn't seem to be, hey, let's talk about it and tell me if you think we're wrong. It's like, no, we're right. This is the way we're doing it. But again, my client was traveling a lot, and again, I just don't have a good explanation. Sorry. That's my explanation. I don't have any excuse.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
I got it.
Yes, sir.
So the appellate lawyer is doing an excellent job in focusing on an off-ramp for the final decision. And I keep saying that what's in front of us tonight is the appeal of the administrative decision. I'm not focusing on can something happen down the road or where it's going to land. What's in front of us, unless I'm wrong, is the administrative decision. And I'm trying to understand what the administrative decision has done wrong. And all I'm hearing about is we're not going to do this and we're not going to do that and it's going to be okay. But the ruling was made and we're here to overturn it or let it stand. So I don't have any more questions for the appellate here, but we've been on this for an hour. And I think we're ready.
Yes. So, thank you. This case is closed to the public. You may have a seat.
Thank you all.
Okay. Board members, do we have any questions of staff?
Do we have to make a motion to support it or deny it, or how does that process go? I'm not familiar with that.
You'll either make a motion to uphold the decision by the planning director, by staff, or deny it.
Okay.
Or overturn it. Sorry.
Any more questions of staff?
I do have one
Mr.
quick one.
Brown.
So this is all about the home occupation version. If they choose to go with the full agriculture insect production, they can come back for that. That's not that's a separate issue, right?
They can be denied.
So they do have that avenue. Yeah, okay.
Any more questions of staff? Any general discussion? Very good. No general discussion. So at this time, board members, I need a motion to either uphold staff's denial or overturn it. I need a motion, please.
Just a motion to
To support or deny, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Give some reason.
Okay. In BZA appeal case 0126000934, I make a motion to uphold the decision of staff based on the evidence that they have outdoor activities associated with their proposed commercial endeavor.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
I got a second from Mr. Neal. Any discussion? There's no discussion. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. Those opposed? It carries. Okay. Unfortunately, sir, your appeal has been denied. You'll be getting information from staff to let you know the next steps in the process within 10 days. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a 10-minute recess and we'll be back here at 7:05. I'm sorry, we've been here a long time, just like you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's 5 after, and the next case that we will present is case BZA 04-26-00971. And Ms. Workin will be presenting that case. Thank you.
The applicant and property owner, Robert Tarpley Jr., is requesting a variance to reduce the required 15-foot interior side setback and the required 30-foot rear setback to allow 4 existing unpermitted detached accessory structures to remain on the property located at 4315 Chisholm Road, which is TMS number 250-0000080 on Johns Island in Charleston County. The subject why isn't this moving in? The subject property and surrounding properties are located within the agricultural residential AGR zoning district. The specific variance requests are as follows, and they're labeled on the site plan. Structure 1 is an existing carport, and it's requiring reduction of 15-foot interior side setback by 13.4 feet, resulting in a 1.6-foot interior side at the closest point. Structure 2 is an unpermitted detached accessory structure requiring a reduction of 15 foot by 12.5 feet, resulting in 2.5-foot setback at the closest point. 3 is a shed, 12 by 16 approximately, and they're reducing the 30-foot setback for that one, resulting in a 12.12-foot rear setback. 4 is a larger shed, approximately 20 by 31, requiring a reduction of the 30-foot rear, resulting in a 12.5-foot setback, and a reduction of the 15-foot side, resulting in a 4.1 setback. And for this one, the 15-foot interior side setback will be met upon completion of a pending property line adjustment, and that's shown in the upper right corner there. But the can y'all hear me?
I can hear you, but I know your mic went out.
Okay. Well, I'll try to be loud so we can keep going. Yeah, so basically what they're trying to do here is to readjust the property line through the subdivision process, but that's only going to affect that one structure that I just talked about, structure number 4. And they would still need a rear setback variance for that. Again, this is a survey. And then the proposed plat here with the property line adjustment, the location map, the Zeldar requirement, and this is the 300-foot radius map. We did receive comments in support, and that's from parcel 153 and parcel 17 on that map. And the aerial map. We posted the property on May 14th. This is structure 1, the carport, and then the detached accessory structure. And then here are the 2 sheds. Chisholm Road. Again, the proposed plat in the upper right, and then the survey in the bottom. And this is the existing plat of record. Regarding the approval criteria, we stated that it may meet 1 through 4 and 7, that it may not meet 6, and that it meets 5. The board may approve approval conditions or deny the requests based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the following condition. 1, the applicant shall obtain all required zoning and building permits for the existing structures. Any questions?
Any questions, Mr. Siddall?
Can you go back to the plat that shows the neighbors and
Oh,
say
yeah,
again who has sent supporting documents?
Yeah, so I don't have my thing. It's property 3960, the address in red, and property 4269. It's basically behind them off of that Mill Grayling. Those were the 2 that submitted letters in support.
But not 019. That.
No, not that one, and not 081 either.
Okay.
But we didn't receive any opposition unless they are present tonight.
Mr. Neal?
Yeah, how do we find out, is this a non-compliance, or were they adding a shed and then they?
Because of them going through the subdivision process, that's when it was found.
Right.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
they're only, I believe the only comment now is just for them to get this variance, and if they get the variance, then they can proceed with the property line adjustment.
Right, okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Anyone else have a question? Thank you, Ms. Working. Is the applicant present? Yes, sir. Please come forward. Have you been sworn in? Yes? Okay, that's what I thought. Please state your name and address for the records, and please tell us why we should approve your application, sir.
Yeah, I'm Robert Tarpley, 4315 Chisholm Road. These building structures on this property, the property beside me is my uncle's. So I didn't inherit that land until like '06 when I built the house. And then Charleston County come out there when I was building the house. I was the contractor. And nobody never said nothing to me, so I didn't really know the stipulation on that, with the setbacks and stuff like that. So, but yeah, I come down here and I got my house approved. They looked at everything I had, and nobody said nothing to me. And then I got a code enforcement, and then my uncle lives beside me, got a code enforcement, but he was the original owner that owned that property, and then I had it. So I'm just trying to straighten out the matter. I don't think I'm above the law or nothing like that.
Okay.
That's all I got to say. I mean,
No. You're fine. Were the sheds there when
so
you acquired the property?
So in other words, I had a double wide trailer there before I built the house. On the back of it, there was a porch, like a lean-to, and it was underneath them trees. And then when I built the house, I put vinyl siding around it to make it look better to match the house. So I pretty well much cut the trailer away from it to sell the trailer, and then I built the house right there where the trailer sat. And that was in like in '06.
Your uncle still owns the property next door to you?
He's in the process of selling it, but I don't know if I should talk on his deal, but he's the owner of the property, and then I inherited it.
So it's family land for you, basically?
Yeah, them building structures have been there.
Were they there before you acquired the property?
Correct.
Okay. So who put them there, your uncle?
Well, I did the lean-to off the back of the porch just to build me a porch, but I didn't know what was all involved in that. I mean, I was just kind of like renting it from him, and then I inherited the land to build my house.
I see.
And that was probably '06, '07. I built the house.
Okay. What's in your sheds?
Just it's the tools and stuff like that. I do mechanic work and stuff like that.
Okay. You don't have any utilities to those sheds, do you?
No, it's not. I mean, it's just a workshop. I left it all open when the staff come out there. They said it didn't need to go in there, but you can look right in there and see what it is.
Okay. Let me see if any other board member have a question for you. Anyone on my left? Am I right? Thank you so very much for your testimony, sir.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Do we have anyone else to support this application? You may have a seat, sir. Do we have anyone else to support this application? Do we have anyone in opposition of this application? Do we have anyone else in opposition? Very good. Case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff? Do we have any general discussion? Very good. At this time, I'd like to ask for a motion to either approve or deny this application, please. Anyone? Yes, sir, Mr. Sadal.
Mr. Chairman, the case of BZA 0426000971, I make a motion that we approve this request for a variance. I find that it meets all the conditions required for such an approval. First, that there are extraordinary exceptional conditions pertaining to the property. This is a very small lot, unusual parcel, and it has been in the family property for many years, and these structures have been built upon it prior to the current owner. The conditions do not apply to other properties in the vicinity. You can look at the map, and this is a very small property compared to the ones surrounding it, so that meets that criteria. Unnecessary prohibits or restricts the use of the property. I think these structures have been built over the years, but by requiring them to be moved or taken down would restrict the use of the property. The variance is not a substantial detriment to the adjacent property owners. Two of the adjacent property owners have sent letters of support, and therefore I think feels like that meets that criteria. It will not establish a permit or a use not permitted in the zoning district, and it meets that criteria. And the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's actions, as we've heard testimony that these structures were in place when he acquired the property. And my motion incorporates the one staff recommendation as well.
Thank you, sir. Can I get a second? Second. Mr. Brown, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. Aye. It is unanimous. Sir, your application has been approved. Within 10 days, you'll be getting information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Thank you so very much, and you have a good night, sir. So our next case tonight is case BZA 04-26-00972. And Ms. Workin will be administering this case.
Okay. The applicant, Chris Cook of ADC Engineering, on behalf of the property owner, Charleston County School District, or CCSD, is requesting a variance to remove 4 grand live oak trees for the construction of the new Early Learning Center at James Island Elementary School. The property is located at 1872 South Grimble Road, which is TMS number 334-07-00047 on James Island in Charleston County. Jasmine Shaw is serving as the representative for CCSD. The subject property and adjacent parcels to the northeast, east, and south are located within the Special Management S3 zoning district. The adjacent cemetery parcel is zoned Plan Development PD. Parcels to the west and northwest fall within the jurisdiction of the City of Charleston. The subject property is currently under site plan review for the construction of the new Early Learning Center at James Island Elementary School on South Grimble Road. In addition, the project is scheduled for review by the Historic Preservation Commission on June 17, 2026 for a certificate of appropriateness. This review is required because the property is located within 300 feet of the West Grisham Megget High School, a site listed on the National Registry of Historic Places. This is the location map, the zoning ordinance section for removal of grand trees, the 300-foot radius map, aerial photo. And again, we posted this property on May 14th. The first tree, tree number 2, is a 61-inch diameter breast height live oak. It's graded a B. Tree number 7 is a 29-inch DBH live oak, grade C. Tree number 11 is a 31-inch DBH live oak, grade C. And tree 12 is a 29-inch DBH live oak, grade C. Couple photos of the subject property, Grimble Road, South Grimble Road, and then Grimble Road. Let's see. This is the site plan, and the trees are shown in red. I could zoom in later if you need that. And then the plat. Regarding the approval criteria, we stated that it may meet 1 through 4 and 6 and 7, and it meets 5. We did have 6 letters of opposition in your supplemental packet. The board may approve conditions, or deny the case based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, staff has the following recommended conditions. 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. 2, the applicant shall mitigate the removal of 150 inches of DBH by one of the following methods. A, submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2.5 inches in caliper, equaling inch per inch replacement. B, depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in Section 926 of ZELDAR. C, a combination of both A and B. Mitigation shall be completed prior to tree removal. 3, tree barricades constructed of chain link fencing shall be installed around all protected trees within 40 feet of disturbance prior to any construction pursuant to Section 924 of the ordinance. And 4, the applicant shall retain a certified arborist to monitor and treat all grand trees within 40 feet of disturbance throughout the duration of construction. The applicant shall provide a copy of the tree preservation plan to the zoning staff for review and approval prior to zoning permit approval for construction. Any questions? And if you do have questions about the tree, Kyle did go out and look at these pretty recently. So,
Your question of Kyle, sir.
well, no, I'll answer questions.
No, this one. Well, this one's for staff. I'll let them
Okay.
figure it out. What is driving the issue of the tree removal? Is it parking on the campus, and is it, if so, what is the requirement of the parking on this campus?
Sally or Carrie, want that one?
Because they could ask for a parking variance instead of a tree variance.
There you go.
That's where I'm going.
They could, right now, at least the largest grand tree that they want to remove is due to the driveway to access the
Just
whole
off
area.
the
And
off the driveway.
It's certainly possible. I don't know what went into the different design choices.
Well, I'll hold that up. I'll hold that for the applicant.
So is that tree number 2 or is tree number 7? Yeah, that's the largest one. Yeah, but that's the best tree that they got out there.
Right.
Yeah. All right, I'll just hold my question for the applicant.
Okay. Any other questions of staff? Thank you, Ms. Working. Is the applicant present? Okay.
Hello, I'm Chris Cook with ADC Engineering, 1226 Jamens Hall Road, Hanahan, South Carolina.
Thank you, sir. Tell us why we should approve this application.
Okay, and I'll make sure I try to address everything that's been, the items brought up so far and answer any questions that would come up. So I was wondering if at all possible, could we have the site plan back up when, thank you. So this is for a new early learning center for Charleston County School District. The new learning center, a couple things I want to talk about, what drove our site layout, the building location, as well as the pavements, the drives, and the fire access that we've got shown out there. The first thing is the early learning center is a connection to the building. It's not a standalone building. The staff need to be able to get through the existing building into the new early learning center. And likewise, it's at the same finished floor elevation, so that'll have a little bit of an impact when we talk about some grading issues a little bit later. Playgrounds are a very important part of this. The early learning center is infants up through kindergarten in age. So there are some secure playground areas that are created with this addition from the existing school. Those are all secure within fencing and gates to make sure that we have safe areas. And then the north side of the building, immediately adjacent to the building, those are the toddler play areas. And again, those have to be right up to the edge of the building. Loading and unloading is a real important aspect for the early learning center, unlike most other schools. So we have a series of parking spaces that are right there on the north side of the building. Those are spaces where parents have to be able to pull up, load, unload, take the kids in actually to the school, and then they go back out. So it's not like your traditional drop off and pick up situation.
Mr. Chair, when he says north, I'm lost when he says north. Are we saying top, bottom of the site plan? If he could help us.
Yeah, I'm saying up to the upper right of the new building wing that is shown. Can I use your, thank you. So this is the early learning center here. These spaces over here are the loading and unloading spaces.
Can we make that bigger, Ms. Working?
The front door is right there. Yeah. The front door is right here. These are the infant and toddler play areas here that I mentioned. This is the kindergarten age group play area here. And then this area up here, this area was all large playground grass field, has been for years since the school was built, about 22 years ago. Oh, sorry about that. About 22 years ago. So that whole, that's being reduced in size, but that play area is right up here at the top, right up here. So that's just kind of, and then as far as parking, we are meeting ordinance right now, but the school has a need for more. They have a lot of, elementary schools have a lot of grandparent day, parent day, field day, those sorts of things. So we're meeting ordinance with our paved spaces for the entire campus, but then we're also providing, they've asked us to provide additional grass parking areas in this area in here to help with those few times a year when they need overflow parking. So I want to talk a little bit about drop-off and pick-up traffic, because with elementary schools, that's always a really big deal. This school, when it was originally built, has one entrance for the school. We normally will have 3 entrances for an elementary school, or at minimum 2. We prefer to have one for kindergarten, one for the upper grades, and one for buses. Okay, that's the preferred. This site has a single driveway that serves buses, parents, everything comes in that one driveway. They come down, they loop around right here at the front of the school, and they exit out. The school district knows that there's an issue with stacking out there now and that it's impacting local roads. So as part of the project, the task was to improve that stacking situation. We are adding a driveway over here so that buses will be on their own loop. The buses will enter and exit here, drop off and exit. They will no longer have to come out this driveway down here. We are also adding, and this is a big part of why we've run out of space and why we're requesting the variance. This is an extension with a roundabout at the end that will increase their stacking distance. They currently have 1,900 feet of stacking. We're taking it to 3,000 feet so that we can get those cars off of the road. So that will increase the stacking. The cars will then loop around that roundabout, come back and drop off up here. And then all of the staff parking for the ELC, the parent parking, all of that is up here in this area, right here. So these are the locations for the trees that we are requesting the variance to remove. I think it was mentioned that the project also has a historic buffer, and so we've already had a workshop with the Historic Preservation Commission, and we are buffering that area. So that property that is on the historic register is actually up here, at this area up here, and we are keeping all of that wooded area right there. Okay. Now, real quick, I want to talk about the trees that are on the property. When this site was built, when the school was built 22 years ago, it was a tomato farm. There were no grand trees on the property. The only grand trees were right up here along this ditch line. The school district planted those trees. Now those trees have become these 16 grand trees right here. Those were planted by the school district when the school was originally built. There are 6 trees right here that are volunteer trees, because you can look at the aerial photographs, those trees were not there 20 years ago. Those are volunteer trees that have grown on their own when the tomato farm basically was abandoned, and then over time those trees grew to the point that they're at now. We are putting in, with our current landscape plan, the project is going to be planting 42 new oak trees. And they are 3-inch caliper. They're not 2.5, because they're trying to do everything they can. So I think, if anything, the school district is being a good steward on this project, in that, yes, we are asking to take out 4 grand trees, realizing, though, that there were 0 grand trees really in the school property, and we are trying to find a way to replace those trees. 17 of those oaks are live oaks, and then the other remaining trees are other varieties of oak trees. So with that, I'm trying to stay on my time limit and make sure we're good. I think that that has everything I wanted to present, and I'll be available to answer any questions at all.
Thank you so very much. All right, I'm going to start off over here. Any questions on this side? Mr. Neal?
Mr. Chair, all right, so I am not an engineer at all, but I don't understand why this couldn't shift this way, because it looks like you have a big space on the left, which looks like it could be future add-on space, and the impact of the 61-inch number 2 tree, which is a B level, not a C level, why that roundabout couldn't be impacted, because that's grass parking over there. I understand the other two, yes, because you've got probably sewer and drainage and things that you got to keep track of. So I don't really have problems with those two, but I do have problems with these two, mainly because this could be widened possibly, and if that's grass parking, you could pick up more parking over there. So I'm struggling with, I believe those are trees 2 and 7 possibly. The other two makes total sense to me.
Okay. Could I confirm, I know y'all did staff did a site visit. I think y'all may have changed grades on what we had gotten originally from the arborist. Is that correct?
I didn't look at the grades that were assigned to them by your arborist. I gave them my own grades. I think I called the largest tree a B grade, the rest were C grades, because they had issues with bark inclusion.
Okay, and that was on the large tree that we were just talking about?
Number 2 says 61-inch grade B. Number 7 is a 29-inch grade C.
Okay. Okay, so it was number 7. Okay, I'm sorry. I just want to confirm that because we didn't get that information about the grades changing. So to answer your question, we looked actually very hard at trying to. Our goal initially was to put that tree in the center of that roundabout. We thought that was a perfect visual. It was going to be better. The difficulty that we have, I mentioned that the building addition, the grades, the building to match the grade of the building here, it's up at about 14 feet. And this area is very close to that circle. We would end up with that area where that tree is. It's about 2 feet to 2.5 feet lower than the grade of what that circle has to be at in order to not have too much slope coming away from the building. So we couldn't get the tree to work in that or adjust that enough because the finished grades that are out there in the current design are around 13.5 feet, and the existing grades in there are at about 10.5 to 11 feet.
You have documentation to prove that, to verify that?
Verify the grade elevations?
Yeah.
Oh, they're in our the drawings that we've been working through the process for site plan review. They're shown in our drawings.
Okay. For number 2.
But if I may follow up, that
yes, sir.
I still don't understand with the grass parking area why that loop couldn't be redesigned to incorporate that. I mean, it wouldn't be the same, and I understand your staging area and your queuing, which all makes sense for a school, but it seems like another design could save that big 61-inch tree, and it might alter the other ones. Again, the two up the top of the drawings makes total sense, because even if you move everything to that open area and it's more long and slim, you're going to have problems with those two. But the bottom area is just a roundabout that I just don't understand how the grades can't be saved or changed to do it. But I mean, I'm not an engineer, so if it can be done, it can be done. But it seems like it could be. There's enough room to do it. But you got a pond over there that probably hadn't been dug yet. I don't know if it's there or not, but it's proposed.
This pond is proposed.
Yeah, so
the one right here.
There's a lot of things to be done. You're changing elevations over there with the pond. I just don't see how you couldn't impact that with a different design. Thank you, Mr. Brown.
A couple of questions, I guess, just to continue that train of thought. Does this roundabout have to be perfectly circular? Is there limiting traffic scenarios that would keep it from changing shape, still providing proper turning radiuses and access, but able to...
It could, yeah, sure.
To not take out the tree, could it change?
I would say if we were to do anything, which again, I think we're going to have some grading issues, but we would move it. We wouldn't, I don't know that we would change the shape of it. We would move it to the location of the tree, would be more sense. But the difficulty we have with that is it gets it closer to that front door and to the ADA spaces that are right there at that front door. It just, that's a real problem that we're having with the grading to get that to work.
So you said the building has to, and I don't know what process this is, how far along the school building design is, the childhood education. Is it fully designed as well, or
we are waiting on permits.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So can you, and maybe you can't speak to this, but were there any design options that stepped the building or lowered that side of the building in order to alleviate some of these grade
Right. So
changes?
the reason that we did not do that, which we have done on projects before of stepping the grade, there is an existing large trunk, storm drain trunk that drains right down through the middle of the property here to this. This is a very large pond down here. That trunk runs right down through here into this pond. And on the back side up here of the building, which is at that 14 elevation, this is the high part of the property. That area there, they actually have an existing door that we're grading it better, so it occasionally will get water up in the door because that grade is so high back there. So likewise, that end of the building at that end, we don't need to be any lower than the building that's already having some water issues at the exterior doors. So we've kept it up at a higher elevation because that area is actually piping down through the connector, under the connector of that building, and then down to that pond.
I guess my question was more towards the tree. Does that end of the building, was that ever studied to be dropped some, or keep one part the same level as what you're talking about due to grades, but could the building itself, as it gets closer to this large tree, step down? I just wondered if that was ever studied, or there's a reason because it's affecting this particular tree.
Right. Now, I could say, and I will mention for the group, the entire team is here, including the architect, the school district, and the construction manager. So Laura's here with the architect that we can talk about that a little bit. But I think the challenge was that building is classrooms from end to end. And so there's not a lot of room to have a space to be able to do a grade transition within that space. The budget on this was very tight, and so it's a very concise footprint.
Mm-hmm. And
okay,
one more question. I know you're trying to increase parking and provide some parking in other areas. Did y'all study any options that reduce the amount of parking but save the tree?
We did not consider reducing parking because the school they have a parking deficiency as it is, and they knew that adding this was only going to create a bigger issue. So the desire was to get the parking and the grass parking because they know that they're going to need it.
Okay. Thank you.
Hold on. What's the square footage of the new proposed school?
Of the Early Learning Center? Oh, my God. 21,300 square feet.
Okay, so that's relatively huge. So could that not be reduced?
Could the building size be reduced?
Of course.
Well, I would say if the building size were to be reduced, they wouldn't be able to handle the number of kids that they've got to have. There's a square footage they have to have per child.
I know. Okay. Any other questions on this?
Yeah, I was just going to follow up, Mr. Chair, on if you're looking for more parking, it looks like you're stubbing out in front of the school where the queuing starts. That open area up there where it says trees to be removed. Why isn't that laid out as additional grass parking or something like that?
This area up here?
Yes.
Yeah, this was the school had a play area out there, a grass play area for all the rest of the school that was about 3 times that size. And they have begged us to keep as much of that as possible because they need that play space for the kids.
Well, I understand. I mean, it's just, you're asking for a lot, and the school's putting a lot of requirements on you, which I understand, but one of the things is a big tree. So if you gave up 1 or 2 of these things that they're saying that they don't want to give away, maybe you save the tree. And you've got grass parking over there. It looks like you could change the queuing a little bit and accommodate a lot of things. That's just where I am.
Any questions on this side? Yes, sir, Mr. Nelson.
Yeah, so you testified that that all of the trees out there were volunteers since the James Allen Elementary was constructed. Is that true?
No, sir. So all of these trees over here, all of these up here that are grand trees that are in gray, and here, those were all planted when the school was originally built. The volunteer trees were the 6 in this area right here, were the 4 that we're asking for. There are 2 others there. Those 6 were right out what was the middle of the tomato field.
Right.
And those were volunteer. These back here also, there's a ditch line here in the back. Those are also.
But the 4 that are part of this request were all
Yes, sir.
volunteers and have
Right,
started
that was
growing
a tomato field.
They
before
started
the
growing
school
in the
was built.
mid-2000s or so?
Right around 2001 and 2002, yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Brown.
Sorry, the 61-inch, I know it's obviously a group of
it is a group,
multiple
yes, sir.
trees, but all of those have grown to
That's right.
that
You
size?
can look at the aerial photographs. That tree
Wow.
was not there in 2002.
A lot of trees are volunteer, but they're there.
Oh, right. Oh, absolutely. I'm not saying
they're there.
All I was wanting to get, I think the district has made an effort to plant the trees out there. They've grown very well in that time.
That's regardless of the fact. Any other
Yeah.
questions on this side? This side? Yes, ma'am.
How many more trees are you planning on growing or adding to the site plan? And are y'all revisiting the existing school area to revisit the landscaping and maybe add more trees or something besides grass?
Sure. So the current landscape plan is planning an additional 42 oak trees is how many trees are being added. Now, I want to make sure I explain that. That's not a mitigation number. We're not. That is those are trees that are going into buffers and into parking lot islands, and then some of those are actually going out in other areas of the site. But that is the number of trees that are being planted.
Okay. We all good? Thank you so very much for your testimony,
Okay.
sir. Good. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition to this application? Yes, I see the lady come. Yes, we'll get to you as well. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should deny this application.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Johnson, and I live at 1865 South Grimmel Road. I'm also a former county council member, so this school was situated in the district that I represented. So I have several concerns about this with the tree that's 61 inches in diameter. In that area where the school is, surrounding Grimmel Road, South Grimmel Road, and even the Carver subdivisions, I experienced people complaining about drainage problems there. And when you remove these grand trees, grand oaks, of course, you're opening the door for more flooding in the area. So that's my number one concern. My number two concern is I was raised up in the area, and I do recall the tomato fields, the strawberry fields, string beans, and all of that growing there. However, those trees along Grimmel Road, we have grown to love those trees. that is a part of the footprint for the settlement communities. When you drive along those highways, you can't help but admire the trees along those roads and the greenery that's there. And yes, it is near the W. Gresham Megan High School that I attended. A lot of trees were planted on that campus as well. And we love the way the area looks. So we don't want to see those 4 grand trees destroyed. And certainly not the one that's right on the highway. I understand that there's some concern about providing space for parking. And yes, we do have traffic on the road. And so I could see the school board trying to figure out how to get those cars off of the highway and onto their property. And I hope that they come up with some kind of way to do that. But in the meantime, we are concerned about those other issues that I mentioned, that if they remove the trees, then the area is certainly going to look different. It is going to change the character of the community. We are not opposed to the school board wanting to build a building, but we just feel that we want to have their building in conjunction with what the county requires for the grand oak tree protection. And I hope that you all keep that in mind, because that is something that we fight for a lot in Charleston County. That's why one of the reasons why people come here, besides the beach, they want to see greenery. And we want to enjoy that along with protection for flooding. And also we have people who have the septic tank and well water in that area. So those trees help with filtration, and they gave off lots of carbon. New trees don't do that. Thank you for listening, and if you have any questions.
Any questions on my left? Yes, sir.
Ms. Johnson, thank you so much for your service with Charleston County over the years. One point that I want to make, I think you mentioned that there was a removal of a tree along the highway. And one thing I do want to point out, from the way I'm looking at this particular application, none of the trees along Grimble Road are actually proposed for removal. These are interior to the property within the old tomato fields. So I don't think that the visual impacts that the community would be concerned about are there. I just wanted to point that out.
The large oak that he was talking about, the 61-inch round, where is that located? Can you show me that on the map right here? Because that. Okay. But just the same, those trees mean a lot in the community. Besides the aesthetic and the cultural look, it does have flooding mitigation that is helping with, and certainly with the the purification of the water in the area. Thank you.
Yeah, all very good points. Thank you.
Any more comments on the left? Questions on the right? Thank you so very much.
Good evening, everyone. I think we learned a lot about...
If you would please state your name and address for us, please.
My name is Libby Tisdale. My address is 7647 Quest Drive in North Charleston. However, I am from James Island, and my father's property is located at 1907 South Grimble Road. I'm going to take a different turn from Councilwoman Anna. I do support expanding access to early learning, but I don't support this variance plan, which plans to add an additional 300 students to this building, to the school, along with all of the Airbnb and the other things that's going to be added to the area. The students at one school, without a clear traffic, safety, and neighborhood impact plan. Our youngest children deserve strong early learning opportunities, but families and residents also deserve safe roads, reasonable traffic flow, and a plan that makes sense for the entire community. Before moving forward, the school district should explore other locations, such as existing district building in the district. For example, the former James Island Middle School that is on Camp Road, which during the 2017-18 school year housed 799 students and about 40 staff member. How I know? I was the student data clerk at that school, so I know all of the numbers during that time. Currently, this school is housing Turning Point Academy, which has less than 100 students, and it is used for training personal development. And that school is too big for just that small amount of people in there. The district can also look at community partnerships, churches, nonprofits, child care centers that can help serve early learner students without creating more congestion in one neighborhood. This is not about being against the children. There are other locations and partnerships the district can explore before concentrating that much growth in one area. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Do we have any questions on my left? Right. Thank you so very much for your testimony. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition?
It's a good point, actually. It's not. It's not. Well, that's not before us. That's not.
Good afternoon. My name is Leila Sanders. My address is 1917 South Grumble Road. I was living there for over 75 years. I'm not going to tell you my exact birthday, okay? Okay. But anyway, I was born and raised there, and I worked on those potatoes, and bean fields as well.
Please speak to the board, ma'am.
During that time, I'm here to talk about the tree and building that wing onto the school. First, I'm going to talk about the trees. When those farmers who owned that property, I think it was Joe Chavis, it could have been somebody else at that time. I don't remember names. But we did have oak tree on those property. If they have pictures back in the olden days, back in the 50s and whatever, you would see oak tree within the middle of the field as well. And all along between the property of the school, right on back to William Gresham Mega School, there was nothing but woods and trees where the animal lived. And as time changes, even along Grumble Road, where you would see on the east side, you would see still got some oak tree there. He spoke of having that exit where the bus come in off of Grumble Road and putting a new exit area out and in. He's going to have to cut down some of those oak trees. He didn't say that, but I don't see where they plan on putting that exit if he's going to come in and those buses going to drop those students off. If you put it up, I can point it out to you. So I know at least 3 of those oak trees going to end up going down, okay, where they got the sidewalk running through to the north side of Grumble. I said north, but it's really just Grumble. On the side where they're planning on putting the new wing for the school, and those 4 oak trees they talked about, there were trees there. That whole area was forest for the animal. Now, I don't know when it got cut down because my job kept me in and out of the state of South Carolina. And he said that it was planted. Well, I guess so if they cut it down. But not only those 4 oak trees that we don't want to lose, you have other little trees coming up with it that they will have to clear and cut down. We have a problem now with our environment. we have a problem with the carbon.
So
I'm
I have to stop you because you have used up all your time. But
Well-
let me see if anyone has a question for you, and that might help you with further in your explanation. Anyone on my left? Anyone on my right?
Somebody ask me a question, please. Because we're killing
Well-
the animals. The animals have nowhere to go. You got deers and
Okay,
stuff.
so we got one question over here. Let's answer that question. Ms. Smith?
Do you think that you would be more supportive of the new school addition if they planted trees along the road to shield the views of the school? Would you like to see them plant more trees along the road so that you don't see so much of the school?
It's not the school that I'm worried about. It's that cutting down those old oak trees that help filter and clean the air. When you plant trees, are you going to plant the majority of trees that was once grown nature-wise, or are you going to plant a set of trees like they got all those magnolia trees? It's not a variety. Is it filtering the air? Is it helping the animals that...
So Mr. Jordan has a question for you as well.
She offered to point out where that exit might be. Can she show it to us now? I give her a little opportunity to explain it.
Okay, you see where the old building is at now, and the back of it on the...
Can you make that a little bit larger, Ms. Working, please? Does that help you?
Yeah, well.
That's fine.
On the east side, I'm sorry.
No, continue.
Oh,
You're answering.
on the when you come into the entrance on South Grimble Road, and instead of going in front of the school, I'm talking about behind the school, where he said that they're going to make a exit and entrance behind the school for the buses to come in and loop right on out. There are oak trees along Grimble Road on that curve, okay? And in order for him to put in an entrance and exit there, some of those trees are going to be gone. Some of those old oak trees are going to be gone. They're not rotten. I ride my little bicycle down there all the time, okay? And then on the side where they talked about the roundabout, no one mentioned the historical evergreen cemetery that needs trees as well. Again, I go back to the animals. The animals have nowhere to go. I find deer in my yard, which is beautiful, but it does frighten me. Cutting down all these trees, you're really tampering with the environment. It's really bad. We have a lot of problem. Back in 1959, when Gracie came through that storm, we didn't have that kind of flooding. I think it was someplace in 2014 or whatever, they had a hurricane back-to-back. I mean, it flooded so much, it came across the road and into my yard way on Sally Street and Carver subdivision.
Well, you know what? I think all that's great information, and I do really appreciate your testimony here tonight. I know it was well received, but in lieu of time, I will have to stop you at this time, okay?
But I just want to say this last thing about we have all these petitions of people who do not want the oak trees to be cut down.
Thank you so very much
Can
for
I
that
ask her
petition.
another question?
Mr. Jordan, you may.
Ma'am, is that cemetery you referenced, is that an African-American cemetery?
Is that
it
an African-American
It's
cemetery?
an African-American
How far back does it
historical
go,
cemetery from
time-wise?
Civil War, World War I, World War II.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your testimony, and thank you for that bit of education tonight as well.
You're welcome.
All right. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition?
Oh gosh, every time I do that. So it's right here, the entrance, and when I spoke to Carrie, she said it's
Good
just
afternoon.
a smaller tree. Sorry.
My name is Bernadette. You can call me Bernadette if you want to. You can call me whatever you want to, and I'll answer your name, my name. I live in
And
that
your address, please,
neighborhood
ma'am?
all my life.
Would you please tell us your address?
I'm sorry, sir.
No, that's.
She's a bit hard of hearing, so please enunciate when you address her. 1573 Scott Hill Road. I'm her niece and a guardian today.
Thank you.
1573 is my address, and I've lived there all my life. The school has been there it's a practically new school, but I don't really know how long it's been there because I was young when it got started, and I was young when it got finished. But it's a beautiful school. It's a school that's about from here, from that wall to that wall, from a graveyard. I have people there, and I don't visit them because I feel that they need rest. But anyway, I'm talking about broadening the school. The school is nice. The neighborhood is not the best in the world, but it's not the worst. We go to church on Sunday. We go around the corner to another school if we graduate from this school. It's right around. It's more like a family thing. You go to school on one corner. On the other corner, there's another school. That school is beautiful also. It's a high school. It's now integrated high school. And it's beautiful because we had football players. We were popular. But anyway, let me get back to the school.
So, thank you so very much for your testimony tonight, but your time has expired, and we do appreciate you coming out tonight with your testimony. Let me see if anyone else has a question. Does anyone have a question for her? Okay, thank you so very much. I really appreciate it.
Mr. Ray, excuse me, thank you. Can we get her name again? I did not get the name.
Please state her name.
Bernadette Richardson.
Thank you.
Bernadette Richardson. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I would also like to speak as well. As I mentioned, I'm my aunt's guardian today. My name is Etiti Ayeni, and I am a resident.
Wait a minute. What was the name again?
My name is Etiti Ayeni. I'm at the residence of 1573 Scott Hill Road. I am a James Islander and a member of the Barn Hill community. What I just saw just now, what my aunt did, was remarkable. She has memory loss. She suffers from dementia and other ailments that we are doing our best to manage. However, her speaking up for the community just now was not something we intended, not something we planned, but there's something that sparks the memory, just the trees, the field, you mentioned the tomatoes. I'm sure that triggered her memories. And so what we're speaking on behalf of is not just tree removal. It is maintaining the integrity of the history of the space. We're not in any way opposed to childhood education or sustainable community projects. What we do want to do is affirm the integrity of the landscape. As mentioned, we do see a lot of wildlife being impacted in the area. I'm sure that's happening across Charleston as the city so rapidly expands. However, we would like to ensure that we are continuing to mitigate any risk. You mentioned tree mitigation by planting additional oaks. We all think that that's very helpful. But where possible, we do agree with some of the council members' questions about readjusting some of those plans, assessing where we can preserve versus tear down. So thank you again. On behalf of my aunt, thank you for hearing and giving us a chance to vocalize our thoughts.
Yes, one moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Do we have any questions on our left? Any questions on my right? Thank you for your eloquent testimony. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone else? Very good. This case is closed to the public. Where is he? So, sir, you have the right of rebuttal. That is, we will allow 2 minutes for that. So I hope you were taking some notes.
Okay, I'll try to be quick, too. Couple things. There was a mention about flooding in the area. I just want folks to know that Charleston County actually has a drainage improvement project that we've been coordinating with them on our project that's coming right through this campus. So that is something that's ongoing. It's a widening, deepening of that channel that runs down through there that, with the sole purpose of addressing flooding in that area. There was I think somebody else answered the question already about the trees along Grimble. We're not removing any grand trees along Grimble. I just want to make sure that we made that clear to everybody. The area that was showing the bus entrance drive on the back, there are grand trees in that area, and we are impacting within the drip zone of those grand trees within the county's ordinance, but we're not having to remove any of those trees. But we are having some slight impacts into the canopy. The need for a traffic and safety plan, that's already done. It's already been approved by DOT, and it's part of our permitting process that we're wrapping up with DOT and with the county. And I did want to mention, I think there was a number about 300 people at this school. This school has capacity for 200 is what the design is. And 89 of those kids are there today, or on campus today, okay? So that 200, I've been told by the district, the total number that they need to address is 700. So even with the 200 that are being addressed at this campus, there's still 500 that are looking for a home. And I just want to get those few points out. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Mr. Jordan has a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Forgive me for asking this because I came in late, so you may have already answered this, but have you or anyone that you're representing reached out and had any contact with the members of this community?
So the district has had numerous community input meetings going back to when they first made the decisions to launch the early learning centers. The details of those I don't have. I have not been party to those, but the school district has had numerous community outreach meetings.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone on my left? Any more? Yes, sir.
So just following up on and I'm going to make sure I'm designating the right tree numbers. The bottom two that was up here. These bottom two, which is next to the grassy area and the roundabout, are the two I'm struggling with. The other two, I really don't have a problem. If we have to lose trees, those seems to be the greater good of losing those two. Could you reconfigure this campus layout with your expanded queuing area and the roundabout and still make do with some modifications to your proposed pond and your queuing area and move forward with this project if you were somehow to keep those two?
I can never, we will not say we cannot do something. We will look at that really hard and see if there's a way that we can incorporate those
That's
trees.
the answer I was looking for. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any more questions? Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Case closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff? We had.
I do.
You have a question of staff?
Yes. For Mr. Foster. So we have a 61-inch live oak that appears to not be present in 2001, 2002 when it was a tomato field. Mm-hmm. Is it reasonable that it would grow to that size over a 25-year period?
Yeah. Actually, I was astonished myself. In 09, it's a cleared field. So what happens is that field is very fertile, full sun, good water quality. It's growing fast. And most of these trees, because they're in full sun, have branched out at a very short height. So this, like the 61 inch, might be not even 20 feet tall. It's a very wide tree. So any of those lower branches get measured to add to the total measurement.
Gotcha.
Wow.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Any more questions of staff?
I got it.
Thank you, Mr. Foster.
Mr. Brown.
Oh, okay.
So, Mr. Foster, I guess having your advantage of having been out there and understanding the size of that tree, which is hard to tell from the photos that we have, even with, let's say there was an encroachment allowance or variance or whatever that we would provide, could you drive under any of that canopy without significant limbing of that tree?
You'd have to take off a considerable amount of that tree. I mean, the trees are very low to the ground. As you see
That's a great question.
Just the picture of the trunk of that tree, it's got, 7 or 8 trunks.
Yeah, it looks like a beautiful tree in my mind from here, but it's
functional.
You can't drive, you couldn't drive around or under it or something. Is that
not without
a valid statement?
Not that.
That's a great question.
So you said that you would have to, well, it'd be hard to prune it where you could drive under, around, anywhere close under that.
Mr. Foster, it might be helpful if you describe what DBH means and how that's measured on these trees.
Sure. So diameter at breast height. So any stem, trunk, or branch originating from below 4.5 feet that is over 8 inches in diameter, so chest height usually, gets measured to the grand total. So that tree, being a very young tree, being very vigorous at growth, has attained several trunks have added up to that measurement. So you ordinarily wouldn't get that branching that low to the ground. Usually be much higher up in the air, but with that tree being so, having not any shade around it, it's full sun, it's being able to attain that size.
So if you had 5 12-inch trunks that branched out below 4.5 feet, that would total 60 inches. That would make that to a 60-inch live oak, right?
Correct.
All right.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
This particular tree is 11 plus 12 plus 14 plus 24.
Yeah, it's like 4 trees.
What an impact.
So just to, even if they were to redesign this and be able to place a tree in the center of the roundabout, it would have to be limbed up in order to allow traffic.
Yeah, either limbed up, a very hard, heavy pruning one time, or be pruned lightly all the time, just for what grows back every year. So, if that makes sense.
But it can be done.
So the lower branches are high enough. It's hard to tell from the picture that.
No, they're not. No, they're very low.
Couldn't drive under them.
So you could not drive under them.
That picture on the left, showing the trunk of that tree, that's taken from my head height. I'm about 6'1". Most of those branches branch off at this height.
So it would have to be limbed up substantially to allow automobiles to go.
Half that tree would have to come off.
Okay.
All right, there's your answer.
Well, I believe I heard somebody say it can be done.
I asked where it could be done. He didn't say that.
It could be done with considerable stress to that tree.
Thank you.
Probably losing.
You're going to lose the tree.
So you would lose the tree if you trim it up, in other words. It would probably be the death of it.
The heavy pruning, grade changes, less water to it would all factor into its decline.
There's your answer.
Okay.
Just to the next tree, the other two that was kind of discussed, number 7. What can we see a picture of that tree?
That tree is much more upright.
Yeah. And so it has a better chance of being pruned and driving around or close to it and survive.
Correct.
Yep. All good questions, ladies and gentlemen. All good questions. Any more questions of staff? All right. Do we have any general discussion regarding any or all of these trees? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So these are typically 4 separate variances, but you could make a motion to approve 3 of the 4 just approve the variance for 3 of them and leave 1 out, right?
Yes. Any variation of that?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a correct statement. So have you heard testimony from staff? You've heard testimony from the applicant as well as opposition. Any more general discussion? Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, at this time I'd like to ask for a motion, and I see that your hand is up.
Yeah, I'll take a stab at it. I don't know if it's going to pass or not, but case BZA 0426000972, a variance request to remove the 4 grand live oak trees. I'm going to make a motion to approve the removal of 3 grand trees, which are numbers 2, 11, and 12. So I will be excluding from my motion number 7, which is the second one back up on the map. It's closest to the large one, wouldn't be. I'm excluding that one. You heard testimony that he could possibly do it for the bottom 2, but now after great testimony by our staff, if they kept that tree, to get anything around it, it's going to probably jeopardize the safety of that tree anyway. So my motion is to approve the variance for request removal of 3 grand trees, number 2, number 11, and number 12. I feel that it meets all 7 of the criteria. Number 1, there are extraordinary exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. They've done a very good job of trying to add parking, increase the flow of the queuing as they build this additional building, but they can't do it without the removal of these 3 trees. But it looks like they can save tree number 7. Number 2 criteria, the conditions do not generally apply to the other property in the vicinity. Again, this is a very unique piece of property. I applaud them for the savings of the areas. I'm not sure which direction that is, but further on the right on the site plan where there's just tremendous amounts of trees that they are saving. At the same time, they have the complexity of trying to increase parking for the entire campus. Criteria number 3, because of these conditions, application of this ordinance, particular piece of property will not effectively prohibit or restrict the utilization of the property. I mean, it's an annexed piece of the property they're adding on, so they do have limitations here, and they're trying to solve more than one thing here with their parking and the flow of the property, which is conducive to the safety of the neighborhoods and getting the cars off the Grimble Road, which I can only imagine is problematic at AM and late afternoons. Number 4, the authorization of the variance will not substantial detriment to the adjacent property. I mean, this is a very large campus here. They are trying to address drainage with the proposed pond. They are tying in other drainage things. There are additional drainage projects in the area that will go and improve this. So I think it meets this criteria. Criteria number 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance effect which would allow the establishment of a use not that are permitted. This is a school campus. Nothing is changing on the usage, so I don't see any issues there. Number 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. Again, this is an overall improvement for the flow of the property. They're improving with the new interchange and access for the property on the lower portion of this property. Again, factoring in the queuing of the cars and taking off cars off Grimble Road, I think this will be a substantial improvement. And criteria number 7, the granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with a comprehensive plan. Clearly, this is for the better good of the neighborhood, for the community. Adding more school seats and desks for 200 more children is only going to help the whole county. As part of my motion for the 3 trees, I would also like to include staff comments, the 4 comments criteria that are included in the staff report. That is my motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Do I have a second? Second. Very good. I have a motion that has been properly moved and second. Do we have any general discussion?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Neal, would you consider allowing the tree number 7 an encroachment into the canopy of greater than 25%? So if you pull up the site plans and you look at what's proposed in that area, there is an encroachment on one live oak that's a 16 plus 11 inch live oak. There's one immediately adjacent to tree number 7 that's a 15 plus 8 inch live oak, and the tree that was proposed for removal was tree number 7, which was the, I guess, 29 inch total live oak. And it looks like with the infrastructure that would be around there, it would be very difficult for the school district to accomplish complete protection of that tree without an encroachment into the canopy.
I completely agree with that.
It would. This is going to be difficult to assess what that should be. But should we say 50% of encroachment, or should we just say we will allow an encroachment of greater than 25%, which is
How about up to 50%?
I would accept that.
Yeah, that would be fine. So whoever seconded probably needs to agree, but.
Okay. So we have a motion that has been amended. Okay.
I think that
And been
solves it.
second. Did y'all get that? Okay. All right. Any other general discussion on this motion? Very good. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. So, wait a minute. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I saw your hand. So, you oppose. I apologize. Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Jordan.
So with modifications, where is he? Your application has been approved, and within 10 days, you'll be getting information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Thank you all for coming in for your testimonies, and good night to you all for those that came for that case. Our next case, case BZA 04-26-00973. And Ms. Working will be doing that case for us.
Oh, I got two more trees. I got more trees.
Okay. The applicant and property owner Jordan Phillips of Kewell Resort Associates LP is requesting a variance to remove 2 grand trees to allow for the construction of the Orange Hill Golf Course located at 3345 Bohicket Road, which is TMS number 215-000030 on Johns Island in Charleston County. The subject property is located within the Plan Development PD 83A Orange Hill zoning district. The adjacent parcel to the northeast is also located within a Plan Development PD 191 Orange Hill. Parcels to the northwest, south, and west are located within the Agricultural Residential AGR and Rural Agricultural AG8 zoning districts. The subject property is currently under site plan review for the construction of the Orange Hill Golf Course. This is one of the site plans, and I've circled the 2 grand trees here, and then they provided a couple other site plans with those trees. A location map, and then the zoning ordinance requirement for grand tree removal. This is the 300-foot radius map, aerial. We posted the property on May 14th. These photographs were provided by the applicant. The first photograph is of a 27-inch diameter breast height, DBH, live oak, graded B. And then the second tree is a 25-inch DBH laurel oak, and our arborist graded that a B. This is photographs of Bohicket Road and River Road, and again, the site plans that I showed, and the plat. Regarding the approval criteria, we stated that it may meet 1 through 4, 6 and 7, and that it meets 5, number 5. And we did receive 4 letters of opposition for this request. The board may approve with conditions, or deny variance based on the BZA's findings of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary. In the event the board decides to approve the application, staff recommends the following conditions. 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. 2, the applicant shall mitigate the removal of the 52 DBH inches by one of the following methods. A, submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2.5 inches caliper equaling inch per inch replacement. B, depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in Section 926 of ZELDAR for plantings on public property on Johns Island. Or C, a combination of both A and B. Mitigation shall be completed prior to any tree removal. And 3, the applicant shall retain a certified arborist to monitor all grand trees that are designated as encroached on the construction plans in application ZSPR 1223-00973, consistent with the following provision found in Exhibit 14.1 Tree Plan in the Orange Hill Development Agreement, quote, encroached trees, for those trees to be encroached upon more than 25% of the protected area, the tree shall be monitored by a qualified licensed arborist for a minimum of 5 years from the approximate time of encroachment or such longer time as deemed necessary by the zoning and planning director or the county arborist based on the extent of encroachment of a given tree. And if it dies, the mitigation set forth in Part 1 above will be required. Any questions?
Any questions for staff? Thank you, Ms. Workin.
I was just going to ask, how large is this property?
How large? I don't know that off the top of my head.
Well, I'll save it for the applicant.
Okay, if you can read that, let's see.
That's fine. I'll save it for the applicant. It's all right.
I can't read that even.
It's big.
It's big.
The applicant, if you would please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Trenum Walker. I'm here for the applicant, which is Kewah Resort Associates.
Is the applicant here?
Excuse me?
Is the applicant here?
Yes. I have representatives of the applicant. Jordan Phillips was the one who had to sign the application. We do have a handout that we would like to have circulated. We also have some property owner slides. As you heard from Ms. Working, this property is Orange Hill. It's 900 plus acres. About 300 of that is under restrictive covenants, wetland covenants. And the remaining 700 is being developed as a planned development community. For context, this property, which you saw runs all the way from Bohicket Road to River Road, was zoned a PD in 2004. That PD allowed a golf course. It also allowed residential. Over the last, our client bought this property years ago, and we spent the last, 3 years working closely with staff on every aspect of this planned development. Trees being at the forefront, and I'll get to that. Some of the changes that are remarkable that we think are enhancements and lowered the impact is that the prior development required or allowed 180 housing units, 181. We went to 120. The prior development called for 7.4 miles of roads. We've got it down to around a little over 4 miles. Also as well, the entrance road was on Bohicket, and the entrance road is now on River Road with a turn lane. So we've done a lot of things here that we think drastically reduce the impact. On trees, obviously, if you're going to build a golf course, what do? You have to remove trees. We have been working on the ground, and Mr. Pamar can talk to this, for about 4 years with Bowelling Design to build this course next to Bohicket Road, where there actually were some remaining fields from the farm that used to be there. It's been grown over. So care was taken to preserve trees, but even if you want to preserve trees, you're still going to have to take trees to do a golf course. The tree survey on this property was 3,270 trees, all identified, all given a serial number, all given a grade. Not only did we have to do this, but the county arborist and the county went out there to verify this. This has been an enormous undertaking. This isn't as though we came running into this and said, we need to take a D3 bulldozer out there and wipe everything out. We went through the whole thing and, in fact, negotiated with staff in this development agreement and PD so that we would not have to come to you for 6 months of hearings. County Council unanimously approved this development agreement, which includes an unusual feature that rather than having you pass on the trees, County Council approved the removal of all these trees. They approved which trees were going to be encroached. The development agreement says for every tree you remove, here's your mitigation. For every tree you encroach, here's what you have to do on a monitoring plan. It's not 3 years, it's not 2 years, it's 5 years, plus it can be more. So great care was taken to do this correctly. What happened and why we're here? When all was said and done, we went back and we're in site plan review. We realized, Thomas, I'm not going to name names, 2 trees were inadvertently omitted in the middle of the first fairway. And so the only way that we can get them is to come to you and say, we have this golf course. We have planned it sensitively. We're very much tree sensitive. I don't want you to think we aren't. We are preserving 81% of the grand trees on this property. And I also want to point out that of all from the trees that the county council approved for removal on phase 1, there are 27 that we have the right to remove that when we looked at it, we're going to preserve. So it's not as though we're hungry to take down trees. We aren't. The really signature trees are staying. The 2 trees, as you saw, are a laurel oak that I think was maybe 27 inches. And then there is a live oak that was a B grade, I think, that was a split trunk. You got to this earlier, where it's an 11-inch and maybe a 24-inch. Obviously, if we could go around these, we would like to, but we can't. And in the handout that you've got here and also on the slide, but I'm not going to force you to look at any more slides right now, but you can see there's a little circle and there's a fairway there, and those 2 little red X's, and we could put them up if you wanted to, Jenny, but you've been up and down enough. Those are the 2 trees that we're talking about. We're prepared to mitigate them. We will agree to the staff conditions. We've worked those out. In terms of the 7 criteria, just to hit them briefly, they're extraordinary and exceptional circumstances. It's one of the few properties, in fact, there are only 2 properties where a golf course would be allowed. It was historically allowed here through the prior PD. It's not allowed on other properties. Other properties don't have the problem of building a golf course because they don't have the right to build a golf course, so it's different. It doesn't generally apply to other properties. The denial of the variance would create a hardship because what we would have to do is to move the whole golf course, we have to move the irrigation, we have to move the stormwater,
So
we have
I
to
hate
move
to
the
stop
grading.
you. I know you're rolling really good, but your time has elapsed for right now.
All right, I will
That's
just
it.
say that
No.
we meet all the criteria in term, and happy to answer any questions if there are any questions
you.
about any of the criteria.
Mr. Jordan?
Well, this may help you continue what you were saying. 2 poor little lonely trees. What would happen if we did tell you to keep them?
What happened, what, Mr. Jordan?
If you did not get this, what would the ramifications be to your plan?
If we didn't get this, we'd have to redesign not just the hole, but it's a domino effect. You move it over, you hit the next hole. You are going to end up taking more trees because we're going to have to be back here to redesign it. We've got lagoons, we've got stormwater. It's all going through. It would be a monstrous hardship to do that now that we've come so far. And the fact of the matter, as we all know, is had these been put on the schedule, county council would have approved it. And it was an oversight.
I'm sure those 2 little trees didn't mean to be such a hardship to you.
I don't hold them responsible for anything.
But think of the
They're not
hardship on
guilty.
them when they cut down.
Mr. Neal?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Walker. Let me get my mic on. I applaud this design because I've had some experience with this with another golf course here locally, not in front of this board, but another board, and their initial stab was 25 trees when they were doing a renovation, and I helped them get it down to 5 trees for their Board of Zoning Appeals for the city. So you're asking for 2 trees. The only thing I'm going to ask you really is, have you looked at other designs for hole number 1, and would that impact something else? if you
Yes.
kept these two trees, and they look like they're probably 75 yards from the green, maybe. So that's obviously a major impact to the course design. So you'd have to move a lot of stuff.
It's a major, major impact, and we looked at it because, as you might think, we don't want to have to impair moving ahead with the golf course and coming here and slowing it down. But they were omitted. But there isn't a feasible, reasonable way to keep these trees and still construct this hole. You can't just play around those trees.
I got you. So
everything's connected to everything
I just wanted
else.
to follow up on the other comment that you made, and that was the phase one that you got approval from already from county council, which fortunately did not come in front of this board, allowed you to take down a lot more trees, but you saved how many trees out of that phase?
Yes, 27. What we gave you here are the trees in
Approximately
phase
how many
one.
inches is that you saved?
If you go to the next page, we've got the number of inches. 997 dBH inches.
Right. And you're asking to remove less than 50, 54?
Yeah, 54, and one of them's a split trunk.
I got you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is this club private or public?
It's an extension of the Key Island Club, so yeah, it's a private club. And that was fully vetted at council.
So you couldn't buy a membership? Well, you had to.
Oh, you could. You could buy, if you buy property, you have a membership.
Anyone else? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. The case closed. To public board members, do we have any questions of staff? Do we have any general discussion? You point. Okay. All right, board members, at this time, I need a motion to approve or deny this particular case. Application.
Mr. Chair, in the case of BZA 0426000973, I would make a motion that we approve this request as stated by the applicant's representative. There are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular use of property. I am compelled by the fact that it's very difficult to find a piece of property where the zoning would allow construction of a golf course, and even more incredible that it has gone through the extensive planning effort with Charleston County Council. And in that, with the number of trees that were proposed to be removed within the initial request that was approved by Charleston County Council, I believe 27 or 25 of those have been avoided. And the extent that there were 2 that were missed, that is something that may happen in such a large planning effort. So I do believe we meet criterion 1. For criterion 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. Again, the fact that there is a PD, plan development on this particular property that allows for a golf course, there are very few properties that meet that same criterion. So we meet criterion 2. That for criterion 3, that because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to this particular property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict utilization of the property. I believe that with this particular application, with 1,670 grand trees located on the property, and there are, within this particular variance request, only 2 that are put in front of this board, and 81% of the trees remaining, that not allowing these 2 trees to be removed would really significantly impact the design of the golf course and how it would be laid out, and would have a domino effect across the entire development. So that means we meet criterion number 3. For criterion number 4, the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed. Again, this being a use that is allowed underneath the plan development for this property means that we meet that criterion. For criterion 5, the BZA shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow an establishment of a use that is not otherwise permitted. Again, this is an allowed use within the PD, so we meet that criterion. The need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. I do believe that the applicant made an extensive effort to go through what would need to be removed on this property with Charleston County Council and approval of the plan development. And due to an oversight, there were 2 trees that were missed. It has a significant impact on the layout of the golf course. So I believe we meet criterion 6. And for criterion 7, granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of the ordinance. Again, this is an approved use underneath the PD, which again means we meet that criterion. In making this motion, I would include all 4 of the special conditions recommended by staff.
There's 3 now.
All 3 of the special conditions recommended by staff.
Thank you.
Second, Mr.
I
Chair.
thought it was 4. Okay. Okay, so we got a second. Very good. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raise your right hand. Aye. Aye. It's unanimous. Thank you. So, yes, sir. Your application has been approved. Within 10 days, you'll be getting information from staff, our wonderful staff, that is, letting you know the next steps in the process. Thank you for coming, and good night. Our next case is case BZA 04-26-00974.
All right, thank you very much. So the applicants and property owners, Katie and Matthew Aaron, are requesting a variance to reduce the required 30-foot rear setback by 19 feet, resulting in an 11-foot rear setback for the installation of a proposed swimming pool at 5014 Reese Road, TMS number 215-0000181 on Johns Island in Charleston County. Bear with me. The subject property and surrounding parcels are located within the agricultural residential AGR zoning district. The 0.75 acre subject property contains a 3,301 square foot single family residence that began construction in 2024. The home is consistent in size and character with others in the vicinity and complies with the requirements of the AGR zoning district. However, due to the reduced buildable depth of the lot resulting from changes in setback regulations, the remaining rear yard is too shallow to accommodate a swimming pool without a variance. According to their letter of intent, the applicant states that a hardship exists due to the historic subdivision of the lot and subsequent changes to AGR setback measurement requirements, which reduced the buildable depth of the parcel to 62 feet and left no feasible location for a pool outside current setbacks. The proposed pool is positioned 11 feet from the rear property line to avoid a drainage easement. The applicant notes that the lot is substandard in size, 0.75 acres, that the pool would have minimal impact on neighboring properties, and that the required fencing and safety features are already installed. They emphasize family use, a commitment to compliance, and that the variance would allow reasonable use of the property. Here's the location of the subject property when looking at the county as a whole. The ordinance regarding setbacks in the AGR agricultural residential zoning district, the 300-foot radius map, the aerial, and a zoomed out aerial. We posted the property on May 14th, 2026. Some pictures of the proposed pool location and pictures of the subject property. This is pictures of Reese Lane. On October 6, 2025, the Board of Zoning Appeals, BZA, denied a variance request to reduce the required 30-foot rear setback by 25 feet, resulting in a 5-foot setback for the installation of a proposed swimming pool. This is the site plan and a closer look at the proposed pool location, the current plat, the previous plat. Regarding the 7 approval criteria, staff stated that it meets 1, 2, and 5, and that it may meet 3, 4, 6, and 7. And we received 3 public comments in support. The Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny a case based on the BZA's finding of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. And be happy to answer any questions.
All right, do we have anyone with questions? Ms. Smith?
This is a resubmittal of a previous application? Did they just resubmit? And was there any differences?
So the original one from October of 2025 was submitted by the builder, and this is the current owner
Yeah,
submitting this
and
one.
normally there's a 12-month waiting period on a disapproval, but the original request was 5 feet from the property line, so it's a different site plan.
Yes, sir.
Just following up on that. So the difference is we don't have a slide that has both of them back to back, the 11 feet versus the 5 feet. I mean, I'm
So
seeing
let
this
me-
one. I guess I'm looking at the other one on page 16, I guess. So
So-
maybe the applicant can explain a little bit.
This
Yeah,
is the 5 foot,
yeah. So go back to the 11-foot one then,
and then
one you just had up, yeah.
this is the 11.
So now this is 11 feet different. So 6 feet difference is the stuff. Okay, I'm good.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
So I know there was this lot was platted before, and then AGR zoning changed. What was the change in the rear setback in that, or was it just a change to the front setback?
Well, the rear setback's always been 30 to my knowledge. So
And-
the actual setback number has not changed.
And what was the change on the front then?
So the front also is 50 feet. There have been changes to how where the front setback, the measurement starts from. The most current was this year, but when the house was built, the front setback would have been measured from the center line of the right-of-way.
Okay.
Recently.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you so very much, sir. Is the applicant present? Good evening, sir. Please state your name and address for the record, sir.
Matthew Aaron, 5014 Reese Lane, Johns Island, 29455.
I want to say you did a good job keeping these kids up, awake, and quiet. So I commend you. I take a hat off to you if I had one
I
on.
took mine off out of respect. But we one of us took a little bit of a nap, but we're okay.
They did well. Go ahead, continue,
you.
sir.
Yes, I mean, went over it very well. I'm here to get a pool for my kids. We moved into the house, and we know it gets real hot in the summer, so just want to be able to provide something that I never had as a kid growing up. We changed the plans to for there to be less material, and we moved it closer to the house with less material so that we can stay as far away from the drainage easement as possible. It's just when we do that, we have to apply for the variance to allow it to be closer to the house.
Okay.
I'm going to keep it short and sweet. I know you all have been through a lot today, so.
Every month.
Is anyone, okay, you have a question?
Yeah, just talk about what's behind your house, because really, I mean, the other setbacks are not in play here. So, Ms. Working, is there a way to pull up an aerial of, talk to me about, this is going to go back there. Who's back there on Esau Jenkins Road, and is that a curve? What goes
That's a
back?
curve. There's like a U-shaped neighborhood, but right where you see Esau between that and my property, it's an unbuildable drainage easement.
Right.
So there's nothing really back there. I've got an 8-foot privacy fence at the rear of my property, and then 6-foot privacy fence going all the way around, which is pool graded. We did that on purpose, just hoping that we would get approval.
Okay, so there's no issues with your neighbors behind it and stuff like that?
No, sir. And you guys, I think there was 3 surveys, and I have a letter here that has our other 2 neighbors that signed for it.
Oh, that's good to know. We like to hear that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Jordan?
Just 2 comments.
Yes, sir.
You really know how to put the pressure on, don't you? And them young swimmers sitting there staring at us. And number 2, should this pass, please, please, please do everything you can to protect all 3 of them.
Oh,
You
yes.
hear these horror stories with young
So,
ones.
my son
Please.
starts swimming lessons next week. Oh, this week. So.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else have a question? Thank you so very much for your testimony, sir.
Thank you all.
Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Case closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions of staff? Do we have any general discussion? All right, then I need a motion to either deny or approve this application. Would someone help, please? That I hadn't heard from anybody? Okay, there we go.
Mr. Chairman, in the case of BZA 0426000974, I make a motion that we approve this application for a variance. I find that there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the property, obviously related to the changes in setback requirements. The conditions do not apply to other properties in the vicinity. We saw a plat that many of these properties do not have this kind of circumstance to deal with. I do find that it would necessarily and prohibits to restrict the uses of the property. I think pools in this area are a kind of normal addition to properties, and it would restrict this family from having a pool for their children. The variance would not substantially be a detriment to the adjacent property or the public good. It meets that criteria. It would not establish a use not permitted in the zoning district. It meets that criteria. And the need for the variance is not a result of the absent actions as a result of regulatory change. And I include the provisions of staff conditions as stated.
Okay. All right, I got a second from Ms. Smith? Shane. Okay, she called that one.
And just for the record, I don't think we had any conditions for this one.
No condition. Sorry, I withdraw the
okay.
conditions.
It's okay. Unless you want to add one.
All right, any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raise your right hand. Aye. It's unanimous. Very good.
Pool party.
So the one condition, all kids get a swimming lessons, right? Okay, very good. So within 10 days, staff will let you know the next steps in the process. And we thank you for coming in tonight. And you have a great night and drive safely home. God bless. All righty. Our last case for the night. Last two people standing. Case BZA 04-26-00975. Low power mode.
So the applicant, Britt Willingham of Low Country Decks and Outdoor Living LLC, and the property owner, Roman Crumpton, are requesting a variance to reduce the required 20-foot front street side setback by 13 feet, resulting in a 7-foot front street side setback for an existing unpermitted carport at 1313 Pickett Street, TMS number 431-0200-028 on James Island in Charleston County. The property and surrounding parcels are located in the low-density residential R4 zoning district. A 17-foot by 21-foot carport has already been constructed on the property and encroaches into the required front setback. In their letter of intent, the applicant explains that a permit was not obtained because they did not believe one was necessary, and states that the carport is currently 90% complete. The job was started without a permit. I'm trying to complete that properly now. Here's location of the subject property when looking at the county as a whole. The ordinance requiring setbacks in the R4 low-density residential zoning district, the 300-foot radius map, the aerial, and a zoomed-out aerial. We posted the property on May 14th, 2026. It's pictures of the subject property, and you can see the carport. And further pictures of the subject property and neighboring properties. Pictures of Pickett Street. The site plan, the plat. Regarding the 7 approval criteria, staff stated that it meets 5 and that it may meet 3, 4, and 7, and that it does not meet 1, 2, and 6. We received 4 public comments in support. The Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny a case based on the BZA's findings of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event BZA decides to approve the application, staff recommends the following condition. The applicant shall obtain all required zoning and building permits for the existing accessory structure carport. and be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Carlisle. Is the applicant present, of course? If you would, please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve your application, sir.
Hello, my name is Brett Willingham, and 4013 Kalen Street, Charleston 29407. As it's mentioned, my name is Brett Willingham. I'm the owner of Low Country Decks. I'm here requesting a reduction in the setback for the property at 1313 Pickett Street. I was contacted by the customer, Mr. Crumpton, to build a carport to cover his sister's car as she lives out of the country and is only here and there. I understand that I was in the wrong for not pulling a permit, and I apologize for that. And if approved, I will complete all the necessary requirements to get that permit. I understand that I'm asking for a large setback variance, but I would like to note there's already a 15-foot easement from the street before the property line begins. This 15-foot easement plus the county 20-foot setback from the property line is therefore technically a 35-foot easement / setback. My variance request would still give the county and utilities 22 feet from the street to the carport for maintenance and access. Additionally, the carport is built of natural wood materials, black accent hardware, and a bronze metal roof that matches the house and neighborhood aesthetics. Lastly, Mr. Crumpton has noted that he is going to plant landscaping and shrubs around the carport to provide a better cover from the street for his neighbors. Thank you.
All right. Does anyone have a question for him on my left? Any questions on my right? So, how long have you been in business, sir?
Started last January.
Well, that's a good way to start off, isn't it?
Yeah. Worked for 2 other local companies for about 9 years.
And you're 90% done with this?
Yes, sir.
And you have a contractor's license?
Yes, sir. The residential builder's license.
Okay. That's a big boo-boo. Ms. Smith.
So did you pull a building permit and just not a zoning permit? Is that what happened?
No, I didn't. I didn't pull a permit at all.
At all?
I didn't think I needed one for the carport, but I was
Okay.
obviously wrong.
Okay.
I understand that now.
Sure.
Is Mr. Crumpton here? Yes. Okay. Okay. Hold on. So, do you know of any other place that you can place this carport?
Without talking to Mr. Crumpton, I'm not sure.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah, can we pull up the site plan that's got the, I'm a little confused on something. I just want to keep going. I'm looking at, yeah, there you go. So you can see this, right? Yeah. So on the back of this property, it says a proposed an addition. If you don't know the answer, we can ask the owner. But there's a proposed addition. Has that been done yet? And why? I mean, we're putting a carport next to a driveway. Is that what it is, or is this an expanded driveway? I'm a little confused.
So hold
hang
on.
Yeah.
He's on the. Do you want to just stop and let him come up here?
I can answer the. Okay. I'm not sure about the proposed
Maybe the
addition.
pictures will help Mr. Carlisle of the driveway if we have something like that. I'm just trying to understand why the need for why for this carport is at the very front. I'm trying to. It just seems to be completely out of place with everything else that goes around.
I can let him answer if.
I mean, was that the only place for it, or this was just chosen spot. The reason why I bring up that question about the proposed addition is it looks like maybe we're adding a mother-in-law suite and we got to have another additional parking for something like that. And it's no Airbnb, future Airbnb or something. I'm just trying to understand, connect all the dots.
I don't know about the proposed addition. This was the latest site plan that was available. The driveway does curve into the purple section there, so the site plan's a little bit off. So it kind of curves like from where the pavers are, and then it curves to the right where the car is currently.
I mean, so this is basically a carport in the front yard. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on my right? Mr. Jordan, you got a question? No? Thank you so very much for your testimony. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor? Yeah, if you want to.
I know. That's
Thank you. My name is Roman Crumpton. I live at this site, so I can answer most of these questions at least.
But go ahead and state your address for me, please.
1313 Pickett Street, Charleston, South Carolina, 29412. It's on James Island.
Thank you.
The proposed addition has been built. It's been built for about 8 years. Sorry.
Were you sworn in?
Yes.
Okay.
You've been here forever.
Yeah, I've been here for a while. So that addition was built. Now all that is we bought our house in 2002. At that time, I was engaged to my wife. We ended up getting married a couple years later, and actually we got married before we bought the house. Anyway, had a couple kids and needed a larger home, so we put the addition on as my kids were growing. So that's all been done and approved, and there is no plans for a short-term rental, nothing like that. And the carport, my wife passed away last year, and I went to start beautifying the home and doing some things, new windows, got a permit, all that stuff. The driveway is a circular driveway. And if anybody has a circular driveway, you know they're a pain in the butt unless you have an area that you can back cars into or put them off to the side a little bit. That's what the part is that sits there. So we can pull cars in and still use a circular driveway. My daughter is still learning how to use that part, by the way. I wanted a carport over that. My sister lives out of the country, and when she comes into town, she likes to have a vehicle. And she purchased an all-electric vehicle, and I wanted to keep it kind of out of the elements a little bit and run some electrical out there just to charge it. Now, I'm not going to put a chicken coop in. Don't worry, guys. But that is, that's basically the history of where we're going with it. I called 3 contractors to come out and give me a quote. I'm putting a carport there, not knowing the permitting laws myself. And Britt was actually the only one that showed up to actually give me a quote on it. And I was like, okay, well, this seems like who I'll go with. It is confusing on our street where we are. Some of it's county, some of it's city. Not in our street, but in our neighborhood right there. So I do understand that there's probably a lot of confusion with the different permitting laws. Just to say, just understand. So, you guys have any questions?
Thank you. So I'll start over here. I'm going to start over here with Mr. Jordan.
All right.
Oh, go ahead with him.
Well, thank you, Mr. Jordan. So there's no HOA in this area, no homeowners association guidelines you have to follow? And have you talked to any neighbors? Has any neighbors come up to your house and say, hey, what are you building over here? Are you building a chicken
Absolutely.
coop?
Yeah, everybody's talking. And there is a carport across the street, a couple doors down. It's a metal carport, like a prefab one that's been installed. My neighbor directly to the side of me asked me, he goes, how'd you get that put in? And I said, well, it's on hold right now. And he said, because he had looked into it years ago, because he does everything himself, and he was like, there's too much permitting involved for him to put one in, because he wanted one just like the people across the street. Whether theirs was permanent, I have no idea. My neighbor that my carport is closest to, she is one of the people who wrote in support of that.
There you go.
Neighbors across the street are in support of it as well.
Anybody, Mr. Jordan now? Yes, sir.
Did I hear you correctly that when you added onto your house, you got a permit?
Yes.
So you didn't think this might be needing a permit too?
For an unenclosed carport, no, I didn't know what requires a permit or what doesn't.
But you do now, right?
I do now. Well, I know to check.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Brown?
One question. You said something about an electric car. Is that a plug-in electric car?
It's a all electric, yeah.
So have you run power out there as well?
No,
or-
I've got power that comes out of the other side of the house right now.
Okay.
That's program.
So if
It was
you-
a old 220 plug that had to be changed out.
Okay. So are you planning on running power to this carport?
Yes.
With a permit?
Right, sure.
Yeah, okay.
I will check and see. If it needs one, it will get one, yes.
Anyone else have a question? Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate your time, y'all.
All right, since there's nobody else in this room and auditorium, the case is closed to the public. Board members, do you have any questions of staff? Do we have any general discussion? Only thing I want to say is that that's close to the road and it's in the front yard. And I'm not on board with that, but I'm
No
one
neighbors.
person.
No neighbors against it, no write-ins, and the neighbor next door has said,
Hey.
okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Strange.
Any other discussion?
I got something.
I would also say the neighbor across the street has a metal one. So clearly, personally, I was surprised there wasn't any opposition from the neighborhood, but it seems to be accepted in that neighborhood, so.
Mr. Jordan?
So this gentleman, both houses beside me park in their front yard, and so do I. I have what I think is a grand oak, too. I wish one of y'all let me know. They better not mess with my grand oak.
baby.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to get a motion to approve or deny this case,
Well,
this last case. Who would like to do so? Ms. Smith? I saw you hit your mic, I'm sorry. Okay, you can do it.
In the case of BZA 0426000975, I'd like to make a motion to approve the variance based on the 7 variance approval criteria as outlined in Zeldar. 1, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular piece of property. I think that this meets some extraordinary and exceptional conditions as he's got a circular driveway and it's very close to the property line, and the existing driveway was already arched in that direction. Criteria 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other property in the area. They also don't have a circular driveway that needs to turn around. 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. He wouldn't be able to park his car out of the weather. 4, the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by the granting of this variance. Many of the neighbors have carports, and they also, several of them are in support of his carport. 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in a zoning district. The variance does not allow a use that is not permitted in this zoning district, nor does it extend physically to a non-conforming use of land or change the zoning district boundaries. Therefore, the request meets this criteria. Criteria 6, the need for the variance is not a result of the applicant's own actions. He did not realize, and now he knows that he needs to always get a permit before building. Number 7, the granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or purposes of this ordinance. It would not conflict with the comprehensive plan for him to have the carport. And he's used wood materials and metal consistent with the residential character of the neighborhood. As part of this, I would like to include the special conditions recommended by staff.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. I have a motion that's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raise your right hand.
Aye.
Any opposed? 2. It barely passes. Congratulations. Your application has been approved. Within 10 days, you'll be getting information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Thank you so very much, and good night, gentlemen.
So kind of good news, July 13th, second Monday of the month. I was able to secure the 4 o'clock time slot. I don't know if I sent you guys the invite yet, but I will do that tomorrow. We are discussing potentially figuring out, for the members that were here last month and know how long the Loft and Mine appeal case took, for either scheduling that one for the regularly scheduled meeting, which is August 3rd. However, that's probably going to be full. We don't know that yet. Or having a potential special hearing. And I could reach out to you guys all individually tomorrow to see if either of these dates work for you. But we're looking at July 20th or 27th. So no matter what, if we do decide to do that, it will be back-to-back, like July 20th after July 13th or July 27th and August 3rd. So
That's wild.
the original appeal.
We overturned the original appeal.
No. The appeal was whether or not they filed timely, and you guys ruled that it was filed timely. So now we're hearing the appeal that was filed in February, that for the actual exemption. So it will take quite a big, some time, especially with the amount of people that came last time. So just a thought, we don't have to do it that way, but it's, it's late.
Well, thank you, everybody. Anything else, Ms. Working?
Yeah.
Oh.
And then just for training,
Oh, yeah.
there is that webinar I sent y'all that's on June 11th. It looks pretty interesting, and it's something that you can register for on your own and view at home or your office. If you have any more questions or, want any more information about that, you can email me.
All right, the meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
All right, so,
All right, how you doing, young man?
Security guard downstairs said that the meeting.
What's that?
Suppose I turn around.
Oh, yeah.
I need 30 more minutes.